We are ready to start, and I would like to call the 29th Primary School of Athens for the first presentation. Thank you.
Συγγνώμη, αυτά λειτουργούν? Και το... πιο δεξιά. Ωραία, εντάξει, θα το μοιραστώ. Good morning to everyone. The title of action was Capable Leaders in a United Diverse Europe. Our school is the 29th Primary School of Athens, which is located in the Olympic Village. Our team consists of 19 students who participated in this action, and we're from the 6th grade. The students were divided into mixed ability groups. They searched the internet to find basic information about Europe and famous country leaders.
We visited sites like European Union and Wikipedia. Each group presented the most important information they had collected to the whole class. The most important and remarkable information that we have collected was that the European Union is an economic and political union of 27 European countries. It was founded on March 25, 1957. Some visionary leaders inspired the creation of the European Union we live in today. Without their energy and motivation, we would not be living in the sphere of peace and stability that we take for granted. The European Union pioneers were a diverse group of people who had the same ideas: a peaceful, united, and prosperous Europe. Many of them worked to end the horrors of 2 world wars and to promote peace and solidarity. They were champions of the fundamental values upon which the European Union is founded: freedom, democracy, and equality, respect for human dignity, human rights and the rule of law, solidarity and protection for all.
The next step was to identify the characteristics of a capable leader using the brainstorming technique. To name just a few, we mentioned democracy, equality, avoidance of discrimination, honesty, obeying the laws, justice, and peaceful detention. We wrote down all the students' ideas, which were many, important, and really true. The students developed our already great critical ability by identifying the characteristics of a capable leader. Subsequently, we were asked to decide which 3 classmates of ours meet the most requirements for a capable leader. It was difficult to decide, so our teacher helped us with this question. If you have to choose 3 classmates of yours to make a very important decision for your life stand of view, who they would be? We were concerned about it, and we realized that it was a very serious and important issue. We wrote the names of our classmates on a piece of paper, and then we listed their answers. Lots of useful conclusions were drawn. The most surprising finding was that there are people who possess several qualities pertaining to leadership without themselves being aware of that, thus not interested in leadership. On the other hand, there are people who believe they can be capable leaders but do not actually possess the necessary qualities.
Finally, we
visited the Acropolis Rock and accompanied by a tour guide. There, we discussed the birth of democracy, how direct democracy operated in Greece, as well as the great leader Pericles. Also, we organized an online event to present our actions to the parents as well as the other students in our school. Our actions were published on our school website.
So, the students cooperated and exchanged ideas and views. They used arguments and presented their views. They approached the concepts of leadership, democracy, and peace. They drew useful conclusions about the criteria upon which a leader is considered effective in a united and diverse Europe. They developed critical thinking skills, attempting to judge which of their classmates have the qualities of a capable leader. Also, they learned about the democratic regime, its birthplace, and a capable leader, Pericles. The students enjoyed the collaboration. They comprehended the criteria upon which a capable leader is defined, and therefore they now feel able to judge a person claiming to represent them as citizens of a united, democratic, and peaceful Europe. Furthermore, they really liked the visit to the Acropolis Rock and learned lots of useful information about the democratic regime and its birthday. Also, we would certainly wish to continue our action, focusing now more on ways on maintaining peace, as well as the negative consequences of a war in Europe, which is a timely topic. Thank you for your attention.
Now I would like to call the First Junior High School of Metamorphosis for their presentations.
Good morning, everyone. Our school is First Junior High School of Metamorphosis, and the title of our project is Marine Ecosystems and Shipwrecks in Aegean Sea. The purposes of our project were marine environment is a basic component of the European identity. Cooperation for a sustainable development of the marine environment will empower the relationship among EU citizens, and EU offers the opportunity to act for clean environment through European policies and strategies. Themes addressed: active citizenship, knowledge of EU issues, European identity, and digital literacy. The basic aim of our project was to provide learners with a required background to understand the importance of European marine environment and promote EU values, cooperation, and participation in European policy making. 20 students participated in the project of second grade. It lasted 6 months and it was carried out by distance learning. We also cooperated with 5th Junior High School of Agia Paraskevy, where students of the school wrote a theatrical play in English based on a true story. Our project has 3 activities. First activity is brainstorming. Students mentioned words about marine ecosystems. They used a digital application and made a word cloud. Second activity is WebQuest, teamwork, and our research questions were: which are the endangered marine ecosystems in Aegean Sea? What causes pollution of marine ecosystems? Which are the Greek and European organizations that work in protecting marine ecosystems? Then teams presented a poster with the results. This is the poster they made. It has the marine ecosystems in Aegean Sea, like sea meadows of Posidonia oceanica, sea turtles, the coral reefs of Rosacea. What causes pollution in Aegean Sea, like oil, sewage, chemical pollution, textile colors, and shipwrecks. And European Greek Organization for the Protection of Marine Ecosystems, like European Environment Agency, Aeonet-Wise Marine, Hellenic Center for Marine Research. Third activity was WebQuest, and students searched about shipwrecks in Aegean Sea that caused pollution. They found information in internet and newspapers, and they made a digital book in Padlet. Also, they made drawings about shipwrecks in Aegean Seas, and they made a poster with the drawings. Finally, students discussed about the project. They were excited with their participation. They would like to participate also next year. They would like more time to get involved with the project. They also said that in order to protect European marine environment, there must be cooperation, support between EU countries, exchange equipment and technology, participation in European policies, education, and European conventions to protect marine ecosystems. Thank you for your attention.
And now it's the turn of Anavrita Model Elysium.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present our case. I represent the Anavrita Model Elysium in Athens. My name is Evangelii Karagianidou, and I'm the English language teacher, also the MUN director of our school club, and previously the host of the conference that we had for Model United Nations. Now, before you say, okay, what has this got to do with European Union? It has to do with democratic citizenship, active citizenship, and promoting human rights. Another thing is that we are part of the network, the ASP school network for senior high schools, UNESCO. So it was an opportunity for our students to actually practice all this, what they were learning in theory during our clubs, our after-school clubs, and the simulations that we held. We actually had the idea to host our own conference. After participating in numerous conferences around Greece with the same topic. How do I move this? Oh, the space bar, okay. Just a minute. So, okay, exchange ideas and best practices on global citizenship education by teachers and students, the case of the Anavrita Model Elysium, Model United Nations AML MUN Conference. Among us are some very good colleagues who have actually participated in our conference, and we've been together in other conferences, so they know what this is all about. So, how it all began. This is the, sorry. Okay, this is our school. It was established back in 1950, okay, one of the historical schools in Athens. This is a legal framework for running school clubs, okay. I'll just go through this quickly for time convenience. How it all began in 2013 when we started participating in MUN conferences, mostly in Greece for the time being. Now, okay, 2017 was the year that we actually had the idea of like trying to host our own conference, see how it will work out as a public school. There were quite a lot of difficulties, especially organization, bureaucracy issues, funding, okay, support, and all of that. But there was the will the will. And when there's a will, there's also always a way. We found out how this is going to be done. Our students were really committed, school staff, parents, the works. So, okay, it all began in 2018, the first conference we held at our school. And you see there, 2020, 2 years ago, was the last conference we held, on face-to-face, I mean, because the pandemic actually hit us really hard, like everybody knows. So there's participation. There still is participation. Students actually go for the second best, as they say, quoting them. They want to be on their toes, but still they crave for face-to-face events. Okay, and in fact, one of our students is here with us today, and okay, she can tell us a little bit more afterwards. So this is the poster we have: Keep Calm and Join an UN. So what exactly is a conference, an UN conference? It's a simulation of different United Nations organs for high school or university students. Most of our students take part in university models once they leave school, or they go for chairing positions, even secretary positions. It's a unique case of leadership, soft skills, teamwork, team building, negotiation, debate, and okay. Now, how it all began, back in the first recorded MUN conference, it took place at the University of Oxford in, 1921, okay. However, at this point in time, students were modeling League of Nations committees, as the United Nations was not to be found until 1945. So then we were referred to MUN conferences as international assemblies. However, the protocol of these conferences was largely similar to what we see today. The roles that students take on. Okay, first of all, you need the organizing team and the school, which acts as host. In secretariat, student officer chair positions, more experienced students who will take on this role. A press team. So more talents are here at stake. Students who are good at writing articles, video, photographs. Each student is called a delegate, which means a representative, okay, of a particular country, member state of the United Nations. The security staff and administrative staff, people who actually help out during the conference, students. It's a student-run conference from the bottom to the top. And of course, the MUN advisor or director, the teacher who is responsible for all of this and makes it happen. Why? Why participate in an MUN conference? Someone might say, what is the benefit? Why bother? First of all, there's great motivation for students, teachers. We appreciate parents who actually support this. They know what we're talking about. Fellow colleagues who strive for this. It's a unique case for public speaking and debating. International affairs, current world issues are researched and dealt with. They do problem-solving activities. They do a lot of research. Even to the very last day of the conference, they are alert, and they say, like, whatever happens, even if there's a natural disaster, an earthquake, whatever, or when there's a war breaking out in a zone, they need to be knowledgeable. Communication skills, tops. Friendships are made, built, and kept. Leadership, it's a unique educational activity. We've seen students who are not that great in their academic records, and they excel in this. They love it, okay? They love attending MUN conferences. It's active citizenship. It's a real-life task. A little bit about the theory, deep learning theory, Anderson and Crofel, World 2001. It has to do with 21st century learner skills. I don't want to burden you with that, okay? We can have the PowerPoint presentation. Whoever is interested, if it's permitted, we can share it. Okay. All things better than me, okay. A little bit of, the teacher vision and how they adapt, okay, how change comes about. Okay. So this is not the actual team we have now because they're university students, okay. This picture is back in 2015-16, okay. The team we had back then. This is a photograph from our first MUN conference, okay. February 2018. Okay, this is in the urban forest area of Anavrita, outside our school, the premises. Now, and for motivation, this is what gets you started, and habit is what keeps you going. Motivation, number one. Gains without pains, never. There will be obstacles. There were obstacles. There are obstacles. There are doubters. There will always be doubters. There will be mistakes. There were mistakes. There's a lot of hard work. No limits. Okay, sky's the limit. Now, whenever we thought about quitting, something made us go back and say, okay, why do we all start this? Okay, think again. So it's a great chance for reflection and resilience. We think about things that keep us connected. And during the pandemic, we were connected. We continued the club online, and we took part in online conferences. So we tried to make things happen, to stir things a little bit. And the dream that we had was not a dream that we had alone, with other schools with us. Yes? Okay. A dream you dream together is reality. That's John Lennon. Okay? Okay. It's a life-changing activity for us, I think for most people who are involved. And we urge you to take part in, if you haven't tried MUN conferences, we urge you to do that. Okay? We invite you. Creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, citizenship, the 5 C's, and not only, okay, the butterfly of learning. We had a chance to be awarded with the Excellence Award for Community and Collaboration because of our third conference back in 2020. In numbers, the delegates who took part, the advisors, and all the people who supported us and attended the conference. Okay? And if I may show you the video, I think it's something that the students actually put together for you from the last conference. If you can spare a few minutes, thank you so much. All the best. Βιντεάκι είναι, πώς το λέει, send MUN, πώς το λέω. Okay. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Yes, okay.
Job's a joke you broke, your love life's the away. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year. But I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to fall, I'll be there for you. Like I've been there before, I'll be there for you. 'Cause you're there for me too. me
Thank you very much.
We thank you.
Now I would like to call Euroactive for the presentation.
Hello. We are not teachers, we're not educators, we are communication experts and media, so we give you another perspective. My name is Christina Zigoumalas. I'm also half Greek, but I live in and work in Brussels and Berlin. And I don't know, who knows Euractiv here? Euractiv.com or Euractiv.gr? I see 2 hands, 3, 4, not bad, because it's a B2B media. It's a, we call it the media for the media. It's not a media like, I don't know, what's the biggest online media in Greece at the moment for citizens?
News network, you mean?
Yeah. Where what would you read if you wanted to access news in Greece?
Sky.gr, real.gr.
Okay. So that's made for citizens and students, or people who are not stakeholders. But Euractiv is specialized in communicating EU affairs to the so-called stakeholders, authorities, national government, regional, and we also have projects. So universities, academia, other journalists, and the industry. So we would like to stress how important it is to include media literacy in the broader curriculum of education. So shall I just press here?
I think this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I just spoke about it. It's we call it the Media Network for Europe. So it was founded 22 years ago in Brussels, and it's been going on, and actually it's increasing its page views. It's becoming quite an important media, and it has 13 partners, amongst which Euractiv Greece. And our colleague was here yesterday. So we'll leave you our contacts in case you're interested in more detail. Well, our core values are aligned with the values of UNESCO and, of course, of all EU projects. So independent. We're also freely accessible. So there's no paywall. We're multilingual because we believe that Europe has to take care of all languages. So we have 13 or even more languages, and the websites are all translated. But they also provide content which gets translated back into English. So it's a very important, let's say, we call it cross-cultural, cross-lingual. It's pro-European. Well, it's not propaganda machine. We don't want to do that. We can also be critical. If you read Euractiv, it has sometimes, touchy points about what the Commission are doing, or the Council of Ministers, or the summit. If you read the brief, sometimes it's almost sarcastic. And it's constructive, because what's the point in bashing again? Other people are doing it very well. So we uphold these values, and we uphold the fact that, as was presented yesterday, and all the students are upholding, we're in it together, we're in the same boat, as somebody said, and we have to steer this boat into very calm waters. Yes, so this is Euractiv at a glance. More than 50 journalists from all over Europe, and in Brussels, not only native speakers of English. We have 1 or 2 from the UK and a couple of Americans. Otherwise, it's other people from other European countries who write in their own language and in English. You can see we even have Serbia, which is a potential EU accession country like Kosovo and Albania and Turkey, we don't know, maybe Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova. So we are also trying, Euractiv is also trying to get coverage outside the boundaries of the EU, so with Ukrainian, Russian-speaking, Moldovan and Georgian journalists. We're trying. Now, I come to the main point, which is, this is how we see the circle of democracy in our area. So you are empowered. How are you empowered? Because you're informed. You're informed because you've attended good schools, right? At some point, you're asked to vote. And I see some of these students will be voting soon for the European Parliament or for the local elections. Now, if you're empowered and well-informed and possibly have acquired critical thinking, you will contribute to a healthy democracy. So I think that the healthy democracy then gives you access to independent, free, and pluralistic media. So the circle goes on and on and on in one direction. Sometimes it's broken. And this is where we liaise with what was said yesterday and what the project is about, the global citizen education. We also see it to contain, to be able to embrace information and critical thinking, which was also mentioned yesterday. And a healthy media should be part of a school curriculum. But now, there are obstacles, as somebody said earlier on. What is the threat, in your opinion, what is the major threat for a media or an information company at the moment? Who wants to contribute? Don't be shy. It starts with a D. Dis. It's a Latin word for voila. The European Commission has, I don't know how scientific this is, so I apologize if it's not completely and 100% correct and accurate. But apparently, misinformation is bad. But it's like, you know, maybe you do it innocently, or or accidentally, or because you're not well trained, maybe. But disinformation is unfortunately a deliberate act to produce and distribute misleading information. So whether it's just economic gain or deceiving the public, I think there are other consequences. And Judith will tell you what 3 or 4 examples of disinformation look like. Any questions until now or comments?
2 minutes?
We're almost
Yes.
finished.
Okay.
2 minutes. Yeah.
I will be quick then. So I've spoken to our social media manager, and because he's very much on top of identifying mis and disinformation at the moment, because for us it's really important to find that and to pinpoint it.
Yeah.
So we have a few examples. There's more types of misinformation, but we wanted to highlight these 3. It's the misuse of a truth, incorrect use of material from another time, and adopting the framing from another side. So here we have an example of a video that was posted online, and I don't know if you can read it, but they took it away, so that's why it's a screenshot. So that's good. It's actually being fought, to say that word. It basically says that this is a frame from the war in Ukraine, that the Ukrainians are using the Molotov cocktails as a type of guerrilla warfare. The problem, the issue here is that you need to be very critical because of your wording. You are basically comparing the Ukrainians that are trying to defend themselves with guerrilla using these type of warfare.
Yeah.
Then there is the incorrect use of material from another time. This has been posted on, I think, Instagram. And it's a video of the explosion in Lebanon. However, they associate it with the wars that is happening in Ukraine at the moment. Then there is adopting the language and the framing from the people that are in this example, doing something. So there were these freedom convoys. They call themselves like that. That's the thing. They were protesting the COVID-19 measurements in Brussels. However, they are disrupting the entire city. And what this particular news media did is that they adapted their wording for what they were doing to describe what was happening. However, there are multiple angles, and it's not very objective. That's a bit the thing, that it's important to be critical on those things, and it's sometimes very delicate and very, it's sometimes hard to see in the way it's being written. Also, big media do this, so be also critical on your national media, for example.
And so ask yourself questions, teachers, students, parents. Keep asking yourself, and also look at the sources, and do not disseminate on social media what is a doubtful piece of information. Do not even say, I dislike it, or what was the other one?
Share it in
share
any
it,
ways.
Share it as saying this is bad, because it amplifies their reach.
Yes.
And we found out that the UNESCO Think Before Sharing, it's about conspiracy theories, and they've done an excellent work. I'm sorry that the UNESCO, but I mean, you know it, of course, that when we prepared the presentation, we found out that UNESCO are also active. So let's join forces, and thank you very much for your attention.
I would like now to call St. Margaret's College, the middle school. There are two presentations. Which one are you going to see?
This one.
This one, all right. Okay, thank you.
So, good morning all of you. My name is Felix, and I teach in a secondary school in St. Margaret College. Now, our aim in our school was not to create lessons exclusively on the European Union. However, we implemented a cross-curricular approach, okay? Because it's very difficult in our context that we create solely on the European Union. So we created an approach in which children learned about different subjects. However, in the meantime, they learned about the European Union. For example, in my presentation here, I will be giving an example of how this was done, this cross-curricular approach. For example, in this lesson, I teach Spanish. In this lesson, we incorporated the objectives of the European Union with describing different people. So, for example, in this lesson, we have these two objectives. We have the language objective, which is to identify persons according to their description, being a foreign language, and the social cultural aspect, which is to list and more understand the objectives of the European Union and also the advantages of the European Union. So the lesson started with exposing students to this image. Now, this image was chosen specifically because it highlights the diversity within the European Union and the diversity that the European Union promotes. Okay, and this, by doing this, we start exposing students to diversity, which is very important, and thus avoid that nationalistic attitude and an imagined community of the European Union, okay, which could be misinformed. After this, in which students also did the language aspect by listing different adjectives of describing people, we went on to tackling the language component by these three descriptions, in which, however, within them there were, for example, aspects related to the European Union, such as advantages of being part of the European Union, and also the different countries of the European Union. Subsequently, students were asked what these people have in common. This was done as a stepping stone so that students, so me as a teacher, check for prior knowledge about the European Union and, for example, prior conceptions of the European Union. Afterwards, we discussed together with the students how the European Union was created and why specifically. Because as Charlo said yesterday, many take the European Union for granted nowadays. So it's very important to go back to the rationale of the European Union and why it was created. So this was followed by students working together and reanalyzing these three descriptions, and within them taking out the European countries and also the advantages of forming part of the European Union. This was done while learning another language, okay? Because these are year 7 students, they are introducing themselves to Spanish for the first time. So we bridged both the language aspect with the social culture aspect. Subsequently, the students were shown this image, which have paz, buena vida, respeto, justicia, which are the objectives of the European Union. And students started to getting to know why we are in a union and why it's important, okay? In the last part, students were giving an exit note in which they had to write down something they found interesting and something they would like to know more. And analyzing a little bit the feedback from the students, we noticed, for example, in the second picture here, you have, I would like to learn about European people more, which is an indicative that students would certainly benefit from an interchange. Okay? And students want to know more how Europeans live, know more about the culture. Okay? And also, for example, in the first part, why other countries are not in Europe. So some information about what's important to have in a country to enter the European Union, what values, what sort of ethics, what sort of way of living we promote. So this was basically our lesson. Most importantly, this lesson was shared with other teachers within our college. However, more importantly than the lesson per se, than the lesson plan, the methodology that we use. So it's very important that, for example, in a secondary school, from our context, in which we have just 40 minutes a lesson, we bridge these two aspects. We bridge, with a little preparation, which bridge social cultural aspects such as the European Union and also the curricula, the language that we need to teach. And this also, we will use this as a springboard for other subjects, such as sciences and even mathematics, and also involve other foreign languages, which can be an extension of this project. That's all from my end. I stick to the time.
So now I would like to call Learn to Change, Change to Learn, the NGO. Αυτό είναι το δικό σας? Ωραία.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of L2C, that is France, Cyprus, and Greece. So, as for today, we would like to, let's say, to share with you a joint project which was actually created based on on 3 partners. That these are L2C, Greece, Ceres. Mr. Karagios is here to represent Ceres, and one primary school from Cyprus, which is called Psimolofou. So the project is called I4D, You will see, hopefully you will understand what we mean by this. Sorry, I made a mistake. I have to take it back. Okay, so thank you. So in this slide you can see that collaboration among between Teachers for Europe and L2C and the partners. You can see also all of our collaborations which were implemented through WebEx due to COVID restrictions. And we actually based on some materials that the Cypriot school had already created. And we tried, let's say, to contribute according to our own abilities and imagination and students. Here you can see an anthem that was created. We are the guards and we will save the earth with our weapons, the 4D. Everything happens super fast. Democracy says, justice sees, the right can, creation makes. When all together man creates, the world then changes, evil aside lay. I forgot to tell you that we found, let's say, the Cypriot school with the 4 Ds, which actually stand for the letter delta, the Greek letter delta. And we add, as partners, we add one more D, which had to do with creativity. So we gave a title, Traveling Through Europe with a Suitcase Full of the European Union Values. And we have to say that the students who were involved in this joint project were 8 years old. So students learned about European Union through coloring, drawing. They also created the Stars of Europe, having to do with the European values. They also students had also the chance to exchange ideas on values. You see here some of their drawings and concept maps, like the 4 Ds. Democracy, justice, right, and creation, or creativity, as you wish. Some more concept maps where you see the EU values, and some more. Okay, we apologize about these drawings, but just let's not forget that they're very... Sorry? What do you mean? They also created a kind of boutique which sold clothes with the 4D values of EU. So we let students, let's say, express their own imagination and skills, even soft skills, which were not really improved. Students also built the Earth with a 4D, the huge crane which brings the European values to Earth. They also had an election, kind of election simulation. So students had the right to express themselves by the vote through voting. Actually, they did it as for the title of a newspaper and the logo and the relevant logo. Also, they created agriculture project and other projects with quality labels. Of course, they got inspired by the European values again. You see some other quality labels. They also dealt, because as I mentioned yesterday, Learn to Change has created that unique and very strong tool, which is called Cards for Democracy. So students dealt with these cards for democracy, and they tried also to print them and plasticize them. They read, they studied, in quotation marks, them and discussed about the values that Cards for Democracy transmit. And they created their own cards for democracy. Also, they implemented the Cards for Democracy within stories, and they had, their task was to choose the right card which would show how the heroes of the stories handle the situation. This is another story. Another story again. And at the very end, they created their own cards for democracy. You see, you can recognize that it's a children's product, actually, of the, if you can judge from the handwriting. Also, due to Mrs. Drakaki's, let's say, expertise in the museum education, students were involved in museum education. They had to look at paintings in digital museums. So they were asked to paint their own paintings and write their own messages having to do with democracy and democratic values and competencies. You see some samples here. I tried to be very quick. 2 more minutes, thank you. I took into consideration your remarks yesterday, but we are inspired by our Greek philotimo, a value which should be a universal value. So you see also some rights, let's say, people and animals have the right to live all together. Both humans and animals have the right to live in nature. Some other things, I'm going very fast. Then students posted their own paintings. It was something like a gallery walk. And then there was followed some kind of Socratic correspondence. So that was all. We have to thank the elementary school of Psymolofos in Cyprus, Mrs. Drakaki, Mr. Karagiosis for all the great work done, and of course Learn to Change. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello from my side. My name is Mark Bandmann, as you may already know, because I was here yesterday already. I work at the Leibniz University of Hanover, and I'm representing the German network. And I spoke with my colleague teachers about the best practice that I can present. And yeah, this is what I will do. So, Okay, so the idea the teachers had in Germany was a participation in a junior election as a learning opportunity for democracy. And this will be today's topic. I think the presentation fits quite well at this point because Learn to Change already spoke about the simulation of an election as part of their project. So I will say a little bit about the importance of learning to participate, how to... how to conduct a junior election at school. After that, I will talk about learning opportunities, possible effects from that, and in the conclusion, I will speak about the role of Teachers for Europe in this context. Okay, thank you. So I have to... Okay, so in the presentation of Euractiv, we already heard about the cycle of democracy and media literacy, so I won't go into detail about that, but just want to say that equal participation is a basic foundation for democracy, and there are studies that show that patterns of participation remain relatively stable over a lifetime. So if students learn to participate at an early stage, they will probably be participating their whole life. So it is very important to start early to give students the opportunity to participate. And also the decision to participate is closely linked to one's own education. So teachers as educators have a very important role in this process, and that's why I will talk about the junior election right now. Okay, let's take a look on how to conduct a junior election at school. In general, we can find 3 different phases how to implement this. In the first step, the preparation, you can discuss the election procedure and the functions of the parliament in class, so that the students know a little bit about the institutions. You can also introduce parties and candidates, and it is also important that the students form an opinion because they should vote themselves in the junior election at school, which will take place in their own school. And also it is important in this step to acquire material for teaching, depending on the national context and the election. So the implementation will be to simulate an election, to build polling stations within the school, to ask students to be election assistants, and to do a voting count at the end of the implementation. And it is recommended to do this close to a real election taking place. So maybe if you have federal elections, you can think about implementing a junior election at school as well, so that the students can get a better insight into the elections taking place, and they can discuss politics with their fellow students and their family and so on. After the implementation, the voting results have to be analyzed and also compared with the voting results, the real voting results from the election. Also, it is to be spoken about what happens after the election, like formation of government, how does this work, how do parties decide on with whom they want to form a government, and so on. So, and also it is important to reflect on the experiences the students have. So the learning opportunities from this overall are that the students can learn about the importance to vote in a democracy, because that is a basic foundation for democracy in general. They can also achieve procedural knowledge on how to vote or how to count votes, and also how the distribution of seats or mandates in the parliament works. But also on the content knowledge, they can learn about polity, like the functions of the parliament. They can learn about different policies the different parties have. And they can also learn about politics, like election campaigns or the process of government formation. So these are basic learning opportunities. And I will now come to the effects that can be found in scientific research. So these effects are based on studies with students who participated in junior elections. And the findings are that the students can learn the importance of participation and tend to see participation more as a duty of democratic citizens. They also become more familiar with parties, candidates, and political positions. They also exchange more about politics with their friends, with their family, and so on, which is quite important, especially in these times where we have many different political crises. So yeah, that's very important. And also they feel like, or tend to feel like, that they can change politics, so that they can have an influence, not just voting, but also engaging themselves in democracy and in democratic movements and so on. And they can also better assess if there's any chance that the elections can be rigged. So if they understand how elections work, there's of course many misinformation about rigging elections, especially in the United States, when the former president told everyone that the election has been rigged. The students can assess better if this is possible, and in many countries it is not possible because there are so many people participating in an election and counting votes, so it would be very difficult to rig an election. So they can learn that too. Finally, I want to speak about the role of Teachers for Europe in this context. And as I spoke with my colleagues, it became obvious that the junior election can be implemented for any type of election. It doesn't matter if it is a local election or a national election or even the European election. There are possibilities to implement these. Of course, it needs a lot of preparation, but it is, in my opinion, an important step to do this, because students mostly, or in most countries, cannot vote themselves, but they should learn how to vote, and they should learn to think and speak about politics, because this is quite important to become an active citizen. And I think that is the main goal we all want to achieve. So maybe there are some possibilities for cooperation for the next European elections within this project and within this network. And I think that's all I would like to say. I would like to thank all of you for your presentations, and especially the students in the first presentation. I think you did a very good job, and I hope we are having an interesting day. Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Now it's the turn for the 6th Senior High School of Kilfather, right?
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great honor for us to be here and to share with you some of our educational methods concerning the Holocaust. My name is Markidou Katerina. I am a teacher of economics at the 6th Senior High School of Lifava and the guidance counselor of the program Teachers4Europe in my school. Our team consists of 25 students. 2 of them we have here today with us, Smaragda Thanasiadi and Vasili Dudopoulo. We will addressing human rights at the time of war, specifically Jewish Greeks and the Holocaust. Our aims of the project are to read up on the history of the Holocaust, to look for the consequences of the persecution, especially regarding the Second World War.
As students, we have developed a variety of skills. Firstly, we were encouraged to take up active learning, and we built a concrete base of knowledge on the topic.
We became researchers.
We developed our critical thinking while using a variety of sources.
We became writers, directors, and a variety of sources, producers of videos.
We learned to cooperate.
And we also practiced artistic and IT skills.
Our attitude is for students to develop awareness, understanding, and sensitivity towards people who belong in minority groups and eliminate the prejudice and the stereotypes of society.
We had a chance to develop a new network of partnerships with a variety of schools.
A few of our educational methods that we adopted to approach the Holocaust are: firstly, define the term Holocaust. Create an environment that promotes learning, using active pedagogical tools and a student-centered approach. Personalize the Holocaust by translating the statistics into individual stories. Avoid teaching or implying that the Holocaust was inevitable. Use witness accounts to directly engage the students with history. Place the Holocaust in its historical context. Lastly, emphasize to the students that the perpetrators of the Holocaust are also the ones who left the most historical evidence for it.
Our school had the opportunity to visit the Jewish Museum of Greece and to be given a tour from historical experts, learning about everyday life, culture, and customs of Greek Jews, and also about life before, during, and after the Holocaust. We had access to valuable sources and material offered by the museum, which we used in our assignments. It's important to mention that the part of the museum dedicated to the Holocaust, with its invaluable exhibits, is of exceptional importance to us as students.
Additionally, I took part in a visit to the center called Restion, which houses elderly survivors of the Holocaust and Jews who, in order to survive in these times, were hiding under false identities. We had the chance to meet them, to listen to their stories. Hold on. And which those stories vividly illustrated the horrors that they went through. And finally, have a conversation with them. Specifically, we met Esther Cohen, which you can see, which was truly an experience of a lifetime. And I should also mention that the pictures projected were taken before the pandemic. That's why there's no masks.
The Greek Ministry of Education organizes an annual competition in collaboration with the Jewish Museum of Greece, in which teams of students produce 6-minute videos about the Holocaust and the Greek Jews. Our school has participated with numerous teams from 2016, many of which have won and had the opportunity to visit Auschwitz, Birkenau Memorial and Museum.
A hidden child of the occupation graciously lent us his time for an interview. Benjamin Albala shared with us his personal story, and this year's video made by our students for the competition was based on this interview. Also, the Holocaust on film. Another way to approach the issue of the Holocaust is through movie screening. Some of our suggestions are shown on screen.
A project that our school also partook in is the Crocus Project. we planted flowers in honor and remembrance of all the children who died in the Holocaust. The Crocus Project is an Irish initiative whereby Hetty provides yellow crocus bulbs for young people and school pupils aged 10 years and over to plant in memory of the 1.5 million Jewish children who perished in the Holocaust and thousands of other children who were victims of Nazi atrocities. The yellow flowers recall the yellow stars of David that Jews wore first to wear under Nazi rule. The crocus blooms around the end of January, about the time of International Holocaust Memorial Day. When people admire the flowers, the pupils explain what they represent and recall the children who perished in the Holocaust. Participating in the Crocus Project was for us a tangible way to introduce ourselves to the subject of the Holocaust and to raise awareness about the dangers of racism and discrimination.
Another project that we participated in was the Butterfly Project. It is a call to action through education, the arts, and memorial making. By painting ceramic butterflies, which are displayed as symbols of resilience and hope, as you can see, participants remember the 1.5 million children who were killed during the Holocaust. In this way, the Butterfly Project honors our commitment to the survivors to never forget.
On International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we had a showing of the Yad Vashem film, May Your Memory Be Loved. The film is part of the Witnesses and Testimony series provided by the Yad Vashem World Holocaust Remembrance Center. In this film, Ovadia Baruch, a Greek Jew born in Thessaloniki, tells his own story on the location where the events occurred. He recounts happy childhood memories in Thessaloniki, the deportation of the Greek Jewry to Auschwitz, the dehumanization process in Auschwitz, daily life in the camps, and finally, his survival and return to Israel.
We took the initiative to collaborate with the Olga Lengyel Institute for Holocaust Studies and Human Rights by applying for a grant from them for a second time. TALI is a public charitable institution based in New York that provides professional development seminars to inspire and sustain educators teaching about the Holocaust, other genocides, and human rights in the United States and Europe. Moreover, this grant encourages schools to develop projects that are innovative, participatory, and respect the core principles of Holocaust education. The projects should also take into account present-day realities and use the lessons of the Holocaust to motivate students to act against stereotypes, prejudices, and discrimination in their own environments.
Our school is taking part in TOLI's third student art expedit. TOLI invites all graduates of domestic and international seminars to submit photographs of their students' artwork to reflect what they have learned about the Holocaust.
And inspired by the memorial of shoes at the Danube Bank and the hundreds of thousands of shoes found at the Auschwitz concentration camp, which once belonged to the captives that were later executed, our students decided to work on a creative project with lasts to honor the victims. Finally, we have prepared a short viewing of the student-produced film, which centers around the child as a victim of the Holocaust. How can I play it? Are we able to play it?
Να παίξουμε το βίντεο, σας το έχουν στείλει και ξεχωριστά.
We will play the video after the coffee break because we need another so in order not to delay the whole process, we will play the video after the coffee break.
Thank you very much.
And now it's the turn for Halandri, for the 8th Junior Senior High School in Halandri. Έρχεστε λίγο μου πείτε ποια από τα δύο θέλετε τα αρχεία. Γιατί βλέπω δύο, το philosophizing. Το PowerPoint δεν έχω, PDF βλέπω. Οπότε το βλέπετε από εδώ, το μετακινείτε κατόπιν σε αυτό εδώ.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are from 8th Junior Senior School of Athens, Halandri, and we'll present you our project called Philosophizing, a Tour Through Moral Values. This project involves me, Skoutelli Nektaria, as a literature teacher, Fotios Danaskos, geology teacher, and Evangelia Manologlou, literature teacher. Our project
Μπορούμε να το δούμε από εδώ. Εδώ να το βλέπουμε.
Δεν πειράζει. Okay. So. Σόκρατες, γνώθης αυτόν, Πλάτων, τας ιδέας νοείστε μεν οράστε δου, Αριστότλ, έξις δευτέρα φύσης, Ηράκλητους, τα πάντα ρή και ουδέν μένει, Διογέννης, άνθρωπον ζητώ, Επίκουρους, αυταρκίας καρπός μέγιστον ελευθερία. Our project aims to teach the values of ancient Greek philosophical thought, which is considered to be the basis of modern European culture and intellect through a cross-curricular teaching approach. Our students will meet ancient Greek literature, will discover the timeless humanitarian principles. They will practice critical thinking, and hopefully they will understand the value of democracy and human rights. Our program refers to the connection of the archaeological sites with the most basic ideas of well-known ancient Greek philosophers and involves 27 high school students, 15 years old, and us as the responsible teachers.
The area we were interested in is located in the center of Athens, between the hill of Acropolis, the National Observatory of Athens in Theseo, and the Monastiraki Square, basically the archaeological center of Athens. In this model, you can see the virtual restoration of the buildings that they were standing in this age before, during the classical times of the 5th century before Christ. This area was established as the political and social center of the city. We have chosen to place the action of our program in this area because there, during the ancient time and on the daily basis, philosophers, orators, scientists, and intellectuals, as well as students, were gathered and were discussing many interesting topics.
By introducing a mental experiment, we select each time a different building of the ancient Agora at the foothill of Acropolis of Athens and pair it with a distinguished Greek philosopher who will act as a guide for our students. The idea is each philosopher to provide information about the monument and at the same time to reveal important moral values of life according to their beliefs. For example, Socrates in front of New Vouleftirion, Aristotle in front of Tholos, Epicurus in front of Iakion, and so on. Consequently, our students will discover the most important ideas and cultural aspects of ancient Greek philosophers while they are taking a guided tour on site.
Discipline.
Μηδέν άγαν.
Courtesy.
Ευγένεια άσκη.
Solidarity.
Ατυχούν τη συνάχθου.
Respect.
Οικέτας εδού.
Democracy.
Κρατείς την δημοκρατία.
Justice.
Ητό υπέρ δικαίου.
Friendship.
Φιλίαν φύλατε.
Education.
Παιδείας αντέχου.
Wisdom.
Φιλόσοφος γίνου. In a questionable and challenging era, which is characterized by social and financial rearrangements, the modern human seeks for proposals and the means to overcome the debt. The answer to this challenge could be the ancient Greek ideals and principles. The goals of the ancient philosophers meet the modern values of the European intellect and offer to teenagers the opportunity to understand that virtues without principles are blind, while principles without virtues are inactive, as Kant says. Modern digital technology can also contribute to this approach.
Our intention is not to give another course of philosophy, history, or geography, but to put our students in a position to experience the knowledge, to have fun, and be happy to learn. How? That's the problem. Through gaming. One of our future plans that has been postponed due to quarantine is to develop with our students a game. Since we have a map, Ancient Agora, a plot, wander and meet philosophers in front of important monuments, we were planning to set a location-based game. This is a game based on a map, dynamic, via GPS or preloaded one, and evolves and progresses the player's location each time, something like Pokemon Go, as you know. It will be either a simple digital tour around ancient Agora, where the player will meet the philosophers, or a more ambitious hunting treasure, like game, where each monument will be a station and the philosopher will give us clues in order to find the next one. There are several free softwares to succeed. We are living in an era of digitalization, like it or not, where gaming is a trend. So why not use this trend into our classrooms? And of course, we want to believe that the best work of our brain is
maintain your brain strong, keep philosophizing. Thank you very much.
So, and now it's time for our coffee break. We will have a break for 30 minutes. You can have your coffee break on the basement in the bar. Please be here again in 30 minutes. That means at 12:35. Thank you. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're about to start. We are going to start with the video that couldn't be played during the first session. So it is the video from the 6th Senior High School of Glyfada. It's only 2 minutes, but since it wasn't able to be played in the first season, we will see it now.
Η μνήμη είναι η ευγνωμοσύνη της καρδιάς.
Είναι τα παιδιά.
Γεια σας παιδιά μου, γεια σας παιδιά μου. Έχω τον αριθμό εδώ πέρα, εγώ ήμουν στη Γερμανία. Είμαι από τη Γερμανία.
Ποιος είναι ο αριθμός? Ο αριθμός.
Πότε?
Ποιος?
Όταν το 40 όταν πήγαμε, δεν θυμάμαι πότε.
Ποιος είναι ο αριθμός, ποιος είναι?
77-145.
77-145.
77-145.
Κι όχι να πείτε που έκανα και τίποτα σπουδαίο, μόνο που πόνεσα μαζί σας και ονειρεύτηκα μαζί σας.
Και όχι να πείτε που έκανα και τίποτα σπουδαίο, μόνο που φόρεσα τις ίδιες χειροπέδες που φορέσατε.
Κι όχι να πείτε που έκανα και τίποτα σπουδαίο, μόνο που πέρασα και ακούμπησα στον ίδιο τοίχο που ακουμπήσατε.
This was the video from the 6th Senior High School of Glyfada, and now I would like to call the teachers of the 2nd Geraka School, Senior High School.
Well, good afternoon all. We are from the 2nd Geraka Senior High School, and we would like to present you in this two-day conference our contribution to this Erasmus project, Teachers for Europe. We will start our presentation through an event that we organized last year. Our event was under the title Students' Contract for European Active Democratic Citizens, Commitment, Action, Networking. We worked together. I'm Georgaki Evangelia, the principal of the school. In our school, there are 2 teachers for Europe, Ms. Taouzi Vasiliki, an English teacher, and Ms. Tchaprazi Maria, Civic Education, and our ICT teacher, Mr. Anastopoulos Vasilios. For the organization of this event, We collaborated with the Directorate of the Secondary Education of Eastern Attica. The purpose of this event was threefold. First, we wanted to commemorate the Day of Europe. It was organized on 12th of May, 2021. Secondly, we wanted to celebrate the winning of Zan Amos Comenius Prize by our school for high quality teaching of European values and European way of life. And third, we wanted to present the activities and workshops that we have designed and implemented throughout this project. The collaborations and organizations and agencies that we work together in the context of this educational activity were European authorities, the University of Piraeus, national authorities as the Ministry of Education, the Directorate of the Secondary Education, and local authorities, and authorities experts as Europe Direct Eliamep. In this day, we had the speakers from the European Commission, Ms. Themis Christofidou, the Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. From the University of Piraeus, the Associate Professor, Ms. Fotinia Asderaki, who is the Scientific Coordinator of the Teachers4Europe Project. From the Ministry of Education, the Deputy Minister of Education and Religious Affairs, Ms. Zeta Makri, and the General Director of International European Matters of Ministry of Education, Ms. Vasiliki Makri, who sent their message for Europe, to Europe. We had our national coordinator of the program, Ms. Tonia Papatriadafilou, the director of the secondary education of Eastern Attica, Mr. Alexandris, and the mayor of the municipality of Palini, Mr. Zoutsos. The main speaker was Professor Fotinia Asderaki, who informed the audience about the European education area. Then we presented the European identity of schools, and Ms. Tonia Papadriadafilou talked about the importance of partnerships and networks among students, teachers, and schools. Then we focused and we presented what we have done all these years. We focused on media literacy. Do we control the media or the media control us? The duration is 3 years. And we worked through workshops for our students of the 1st and 2nd grade. It means the 10th and 11th grade of senior high school. Our objectives were to help our students to become responsible, active citizens, to make them able to participate in a civil, political life, to understand all the social, economic, legal, and political concepts, to promote their critical thinking, to develop their skills of media literacy, and make them understand and appreciate the perspectives and worldviews of others. We used different and various educational tools and training methods. The teachers, we became their facilitators. We encouraged them to reflect on their own experiences, and we draw the results and the results and their thinking out of it. We used brainstorming and teamwork, role play. We exploited the technologies, the informatics, and the gamification. We drew material from the European Learning Corner, and of course we worked interdisciplinary because many teachers from different disciplines worked together in order to achieve this result. We called experts from Europe Direct, Eliamep, and they talked to our students on matters of the current affairs, For example, Mr. Manis talked to our kids about the European Union's foreign action in Middle East and Turkey, and Ms. Apostolaki presented Learning Corner and how useful it can be both for teachers and students when they want to learn about the European Union in an attractive and playful way. Our first workshop was about media literacy, development of critical thinking. We used the portal of our website, the school website, where they have every day the pages, the front pages of all the media corpus of the day. So when we do this workshop, they are actually exposed to real-time, real-life material. So they had to look at them and see how they present the news of the day, what priorities they set, what is implied under the format and the presentation of each front page. In a second phase, in another workshop, we asked them, we presented them the Sunday newspapers of our country, and we asked them to assess them in a critical way and then become editors themselves. If they had this material, this news on that day, particular day, how they would create and what format would they give to their front page of their newspaper. So you can see them. They have named their newspapers, and they created different front pages which they displayed. During the pandemic, we lost contact, physical contact, but they kept working on it, and they had created a Padlet where they could write their views and experiences during the quarantine. Next year, we focused on stereotypes. They had to think, we can change our viewpoint before we can change the world. So we also worked on real material. The students were shown TV commercials, advertisements, posters. They were even exposed to traditional jokes about the European people and what qualities each nation and each people have. And then they also had to work on real articles. For example, we present here an article that was about a female captain, ship captain, and she was accused of causing one of the most severe naval accidents in Suez. Actually, the woman was not even there, but the whole fake news was created and was based on her gender. Then we moved on to try and teach them how to tell the difference between facts and fake news and the disinformation, how to recognize a fake news story. They played the game, the bad game. They became the bad guys. They had to create their own fake news and try to attract as many followers and likes they were. And because they were inspired from all this vaccination and anti-vaccination movement, they created their own posters, and our theme was developing antibodies to disinformation, one of the posters. The first one was to understand disinformation. In the second phase, they had to understand how disinformation and propaganda work. And in the third phase, the ways to tackle disinformation. It means to pose to themselves the 5 key questions: who publishes it, where it is published, when and how often this website is updated, why, what's the reason behind it, and how it is spread through reliable sources or social media. I think that the impact was positive. The event was spread, and many teachers, educational and local communities attended the event. I think our project had reached most of our students. About 300 of our students have attended these workshops. And for the school, I think that this is something that really helps our school to establish their relationships and networks with teachers and schools that we appreciate. Thank you. Thank you.
And now it's the turn for the first gymnasium of Melissa.
Hello from me. I represent First Gymnasium of Melissa. Myself and Miss Chrysula Lele are secondary education teachers, and we're going to present you our projects, which took place during three years' time under the umbrella of Teachers for Europe. So, looking into European Commission and New Skills Agenda, it is clear that all schools and all organizations need to promote skills. Skills and knowledge together are power to raise employment, to improve social affairs, to promote inclusion and equity. Which are these skills which transfer from discipline to discipline and from project to project? Communication, negotiation, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, self-leadership, entrepreneurship, digital and media literacy, and of course, lifelong learning, because as another team said earlier, we need to learn to change and change to learn. So the previous 2 years, we had to make a project which was quite aspiring, because we had to mingle with several school subjects as a cross-curricular activity. We intervened citizenship education, ICTs, and in the English language, of course. We wanted to teach our students the significance of democracy, social equity, and social inclusion. And this is a very hard target to get. So how is it possible to make them realize how important this target is? Well, first of all, we had to make them realize the motivation. The motivation is built on active learning, active and experiential learning. Let them make all the work and evaluate it as well. So the basic research questions were: which skills are related to our target, social equity and inclusion? How is it possible which methodologies can teachers use to motivate their students to use these skills into classroom, to make them live the experience and learn from it? And how is it possible to transfer our work to following students and students from abroad? So what did we do? We let them construct the educational material by making a dialectical method of learning. So what did we do? We used the Socratic methodology of teaching based on the dialectical method of teaching, which means making the questions and also providing the answers to make them realize how is it possible to realize the answer on our own. Is it possible to give the answers to a question without having only one answer, a correct answer. Of course, because each person is unique and has its own answers to give. And what is the methodology behind a chatbot? Because we finally delivered a chatbot. A chatbot is a digital tool that is not so tough to program, and you can design the chatbot by setting the questions and giving all the possible answers to a question. So our students made the material and we embedded it in the chatbot, a rule-based chatbot, not a very flexible chatbot, but our students conceived which skills are important and how they can teach them, other students, their fellow colleagues, about the skills. And you can check by interacting with the bot what the questions and answers were fed in the bot. You can see it on this side. If you go and click on it, you can interact with the bot. Later on this year, we wanted to have a clear view on our students' level of skills according to the previous research. So our new year, our first year in high school students had to made an inquiry-based learning project, which included which skills are important. Are the skills that were found important from previous year the same? Have they changed? And after making this inquiry, they constructed a self-report questionnaire with four scores. Of course, we had a cross-curricular subject, and it included skills workshop, which is the first time that it is implemented in Greek schools. Of course, ICTs and the English language behind. And again, the methodologies were constructive learning and, of course, group work, along with many brainstorming activities. And also this year, my fellow colleague, Ms. Chrysoula Lele, organized a map with her students of our culture. This is another activity pertaining to Teachers4Europe Project, which meant acquiring, processing, storing, retrieving, and use of information related to our intangible cultural heritage, which means capturing oral language, capturing performing arts such as dancing, costumes, and folk tradition of entire Greece, and making it an interactive digital tool in order to make it also more interesting for our students. Of course, the whole capturing of the information was made by them, by the students, and teachers were supporters in this work. Our school subjects that were implicated were literature and ICTs, and of course, the research was made by our students and the creative part also made by our students. And what was the outcome of these projects? First of all, in the first part, we made a reliability analysis on our questionnaire, and we found it is a reliable questionnaire. And our students found out that these skills are important, and they had a high score, we have to say. Why was this important for us? Because the secondary education, it was for the first time interacting with skills, because in previous years there was no word about skills in the curriculum. So we wanted to have a view on our students about their skills, and we found out that they have many strengths, but also they have many weaknesses. And if we put them on paper, maybe we can make a planning in order to improve their skills during a school year. And the last deliverable was our map, which was an interactive map, as I said before, focusing on intangible cultural heritage, and it concentrates on sustainable development, as it is clear that culture and environment are interrelated components of our heritage and our common treasure. And of course, we find many common cultural and also many other elements which can lead to inclusion. This is the map. And the final outcomes of our project was we made a clear connection between 21st century skills organized by European Commission. We had a clear output on lifelong learning as an important skill to self-improvement and continuous improvement inside and outside classroom, because skills build on a student's life, not just their being at school and having good marks. It's about improving as a person. So inclusive schools embrace 21st centuries to the benefit of the entire school community, and technology sets the ground for interdisciplinary learning goals such as the 21st century skills. Thank you very much from my colleague and me.
Τι είμαστε το 12, 14ο γυμνάσιο. Ωραία, δώσ' το ρωτάκι. Okay, and now it's the turn for the 14th Gymnasium Athens.
Για να προχωράω. Ευχαριστώ. Hello, thank you for the invitation. We are from 14th Gymnasium of Athens. My name is Volika. I'm teacher of science, and here are 4 students: Vangelis, Dora, Georgia, and Naya. The title of our project is Dreaming and Building Our Future in a Europe with Less Poverty, Hunger and Inequality. Poverty in the European Union is at a relatively high level and higher for some groups such as children and the elderly. Compared to countries in Africa, Asia and South America, where many people are starving, the level of poverty is low in the European Union, but global poverty also affects poverty and social exclusion in Europe. The crisis has generated more poverty, and it is expected that the poverty rate will rise more in the future as a result of the recent global health situation. This problem brings misery to the lives of many people, curtails their fundamental rights, limits the opportunities they have to achieve their full potential, brings high cost to society, and hampers sustainable growth. Poverty, inequalities, and social exclusion in the European Union is a factor that determines the future for the young people they dream of. It is important to know the present situations and the EU goals, policies and strategies to fight the problem and think of innovate anti-poverty solutions for the better future. To understand also the strong link and relation between poverty, hunger, human rights, the causes, the impact, the targets, the policies, etc. In the group were 15 students. The subjects involved was language, English, geography, history, ICTs, projects, and the aims, information, participation of the school community in fundamental issues concerning the future and the future of European citizens, creating a network of knowledge and understanding between people and teachers, exchanging ideas, expanding their horizons from a local and national perspective to a European one, and becoming ambassadors of the global goals, focusing on no poverty and zero hunger, goals within the frame of human rights and reducing inequalities. And, of course, realizing the importance and necessity of the European Union in which they live. Many outcomes, knowledge, skills like social, organizational, collaboration, ICTs, communication, reading, writing, speaking, learning and cultivate foreign languages, mainly English, development also of creating work skills like text, questionnaires, poetry, paintings, etc. Helping people, encouraging and helping people in need, and finally trying to suggest effective solutions. And informing also the plans and actions of the leaders and members of organizations, institutions, governments, EU Parliament, etc. Changing behavior, become active citizens, expanding their participation in actions and effective initiatives. Also learning to respect their fellow human beings regardless of their situation and fight for human rights and elimination of inequalities at all the levels. Before the program, every student informed about the idea and the goals of the program, and next we created a group and a corresponding lesson in the digital classroom, e-class, by creating the group for the purpose of posting and using material as well as for the communication of the participants. Step 1, theoretical approach of all the goals. And at the end, we selected 2 goals, no poverty and zero hunger. We choose the title and every day as the name of the participants, and every day as a diary, each activity that will be done. I explained the plan, the aims, the conditions, and a short presentation. Step 2 was the motivation by watching photos, images, and paintings, and a video asking and to describe what they see, what their feelings are, what poverty means, hunger, inequality, social exclusion, the rate of poverty in Europe, the reasons, the results, the effects they think about. At the end, a questionnaire handed out. Here, about the theoretical approach, we defined and explained the terms of poverty, hunger, inequality, social exclusion by presentation, and we have we saw maps of Europe about poverty and hunger and social exclusion. Here, by step 4, the students were standing in a cycle, and in the middle the globe was placed. And we have given continental cards and cards with the rates of poverty, and the students had to think and suppose which rate of poverty is corresponding to each continent. The following steps implemented the time the schools were closed. They have written a questionnaire that was answered by an age group of 35 people, from 40 till 65 years old, and from students. Here is the questionnaire. 12 questions. And here are the results of this questionnaire. Step 6, the students worked in their home, searching for thematic material, and the material was posted on the class platform, and some of them heard also a podcast about the 17 goals and have written a summary about these goals. Step 7, it was an 1-hour online educational program by the voluntary organization Borume, We Can, where students enrich their knowledge on food waste, ways to combat malnutrition, rescue food supply in order to reduce food insecurity and an environmental burden in Greece. And they were encouraged to be volunteers. 5 students became volunteers, and their family members too. An interview with Leon, medical examiner, president of the Greek Forensic Medicine Society, municipal councillor of the municipality in Athens, and president in Kiada, Solidarity. Interview with humanitarian researcher Simon Levine. He worked in Overseas Development Institute in London. He shared his experiences, and he was impressed as a student were focused by actively participating in the dialogue that did not take place in their mother languages. And at the end, an interview with Chrysogelos from Wind of Renewal, social cooperative enterprise. He linked this problem with a natural disaster and climate change. Here are some photos and videos from the students with slogans promoting the goals. The slogans were written on paper plates used as masks. They symbolize mouth and nose, taste and smell, food, and holding a fork and a knife. Here are the photos. Here are some videos from these individuals' videos. And here again, survive and life, the 2 photos. And at the end, was a meeting outside the Rodion Theatre. The students wrote and painted slogans on masks, plastic gloves, cartons and paper plates. And they spoke through a video, through their creation, promoting the goal of zero hunger and no poverty. And the father of Dora was here by videotaping. Help. And this slogan was becoming ambassadors on the global goal, zero hunger. Here. Okay. It's another minute.
Είναι ζωή επιβίωση. Η φτώχεια και η πείνα δεν έχουν πατρίδα. Πού πιστεύετε ότι οφείλεται το φαινόμενο της πείνας? Δεν αξίζει πείνα σε κανέναν άνθρωπο. Η φτώχεια δεν είναι βροχή, δεν θα περάσει μόνη της. Φαινόμενο για την εξάλληψη της πείνας. Είναι όλοι να βοηθήσουμε στην αντιμετώπιση της πείνας. Το περίσσευμα του ενός, η κάλυψη του άλλου. Δεν θα καταναλώνουμε τα φαγητά. Χωρίζω μια μερίδα, σώζω μια ζωή. Όχι στη σπατάλη φαγητού και νερού. Εσύ θα μπορείς να κάνεις κάτι για την εξάρτηση της πείνας. Είμαστε τελετές του τόπου τη μετερή πείνας.
Όχι, δεν τελείωσε. The music was from Politica Cucina, Vansia Rebutsica. Here they have written texts about and suggestions for solving. And at the end, evaluation, PowerPoint implementation, And at the end, by an online meeting, the students discussed what they learned, expressed their feelings, and all the experience to implement a project via online meetings and in their home. The aims were achieved. The students and the teacher collaborated successfully. Everyone enjoyed the entire teamwork. And they are optimistic, believing that education, organization, collaboration, targeted actions are some factors in building a better world with less poverty, hunger, and qualities within the frame of human rights. Dissemination via presentation in the school to the other teachers of science, to posting the project, videos in YouTube, and this project was distinguished by the competition Bravo Schools regarding the total achieving the very resources. Thank you very much. Πέστε το. Ναι. Έλα, το σύνθημα. Έλα, θα το πείτε.
We become ambassadors of the video impact.
I would like to know if the Gymnasium of Agia Paraskevi is here, because I know there was, due to traffic. Okay, then I would like to call a school that couldn't present yesterday because of a misunderstanding, the First General Senior School of Sparta. Ποιο είναι το δικό, το έχετε φέρει σκηνιστικά και μήπως?
Όχι, το έχω online.
Online όταν λέτε? Δώστε μου λίγο. Σπάτα. Se ven los radios. Είναι PowerPoint.
Ναι.
Το βρούμε. Δώστε μου ένα λεπτό. Υπάρχει περίπτωση να είναι αυτό. Υπάρχει περίπτωση να είναι αυτό εδώ. Θα πρέπει να το ψάξω εδώ και θα το δούμε μετά. Ωραία. No, we will proceed as planned, and we'll get back to the school of Sparta. The refugee camp of Schisto. The refugee camp of Schisto. Okay. Πατώντας το βελάκι που θα πηγαίνει στην επόμενη σελίδα, δυστυχώς δεν μπορείτε να το δείτε. Το βλέπετε μόνο αν θέλετε καθίστε λίγο πιο στραβά.
Είμαστε λίγο περισσότερο προς τις καθημερινώς, γιατί φτάσατε από τη μία να μιλήσουν. Δεν θα πάρουν πολύ χρόνο, χαιρετισμό μονάχα. Φάτιμα, please. Okay. Μορτεζά, would you like? Ωραία. Από εδώ θα το κοιτάω. Ωραία. Ωραία.
Hello everyone. We are very happy to be here with you.
I am Elena Karayani, and I am an art educator and a refugee education coordinator in the refugee camp of Schisto. It is in the area of Piraeus. And last year we tried to bring Teachers for Europe inside the refugee camp. It was an idea that we had with Mrs. Asderaki for a long time. We tried to find ways to explain and to teach people from the refugee ID to understand where exactly is Europe and what exactly is Europe and which are the routes to this big place of the world which is called Europe and what they have succeeded. So we have some of my students here, and after my presentation they will share some about the program and about themselves. So where did this program? It took place in the refugee camp of Schistos from March to July last year. We did online Zoom meetings with the University of Piraeus and the classes of Mrs. Asderaki and with her students, but also we did meetings inside the camp. The participants were mostly women, about 28 women from Afghanistan and Iran. The idea, it was to do the same program for men, but we had to face many problems, such as to find interpreters and things like that. So we decided this first pilotic period to be just for women. So the women were from 13 and we are up to 60 years old. We decided not to just have students, but also to give opportunity to other women of the camp to participate in this program. And the lesson was in English, and we have an interpreter in Farsi language. First of all, we asked the students, what do you really want to know about Europe? And what do you think? What is your opinion about the human rights? And we saw that most of them were really, really ready to go further and to understand more about the human rights and about what Europe has achieved. So you can see some of their answers. They already feel free in Europe. They are free to wear whatever they want, to have makeup, to have a TikTok account, and many other things that seems really simple for us, but they are elements of freedom. First of all, the students of Mrs. Asderaki at the course 1, they have created some cards where they were introducing each member country of the European Union with some basic architectural elements, cultural costumes, traditional food, basic ideas, so that the students would understand how the diversity is between these countries. And of course, many fun facts. We really had a good time during these lessons. At the same time, because we didn't just want these students just to learn names and locations and numbers, at the same time, they continued their research through the internet, and they also did a research in their own cultural elements. So we didn't want them just to forget their roots. We want them to build new ideas on what they already had. So many people, many of these girls didn't know about their traditional customs in Afghanistan, or didn't know about famous poets and things like that. In the second course, the girls asked, they wanted to learn more about women's rights. So we focused on that. We talked about the important women of Europe, and we talked about the history of women's oppression, and we talked about the women in ancient Greece, the women in the medieval period, the women and what they offered in the World War II, and of course at March 8 and all the feminist movement and things like that. At the same time, they did a research to find the important women of Afghanistan and in Iran, and what they have achieved and what they have offered in their country and the women of the country. We use a lot of art, painting, cinema, poetry workshops and things like that. But of course, a European citizen is always an active citizen. So after the lessons and at the end of this period, the girls decided to go outside of the class and to do some actions. The first action was to create a kind of an association. The girls decided to name their group with the name We Can Do It. They were inspired by the famous poster of the We Can Do It. You know about that. And we start doing things inside the camp. First of all, they did the 2 walls of kindness. The wall of kindness is these walls where you put things that you don't need, so in order other people to use them who need them. So they created on their own 2 of these walls. They decorated. They made graffitis on the containers and other areas of the camp talking about equality, as you can see one of these pictures. And finally, we organized an open event inside the camp where these girls, in front of other women and men of their community, talked about women's rights and what they have learned. So, what we would like to continue with this program, but of course you understand in a refugee camp things are really, really difficult. Many of the girls are not here with us, they are in Germany with their families. So we have to deal every day the practical issues, finding an interpreter, finding a space to do the lessons. But we really are going to continue, and maybe we will have men as well with us. Morteza is one of our friends and activists for human rights already. And we wish that this good practice maybe will go further into other camps and to prepare them and explain to these people that they have to refuse their refugee ID. They are not refugees anymore. They are members of this Europe, and they are European citizens already. So that's all I had to say. And now the girls will just say a few words about the program and what they have learned.
Hello everyone, my name is Nazanin Dusi. I'm from Afghanistan. I live in Khisto. I study in the high school of Ferama. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for that. So I would like to say that woman and man has the same equal right. It cannot be changed ever because woman rights are human rights, and we all girls and women can do it. Once Maya Angelou said that each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. And we hope that one day the whole world will live in complete peace, and that the people of these plans will live together in peace and friendship, and they believe in kindness and humanity. And thank you so much, all the guests, for listening to me. It was nice to talking to you all.
Hi, I am Atifa Rahimi. I'm from Afghanistan. In my country, girls and women are not allowed to go to the school and university or playing a sport. I came to Europe for a better life and progress. Equal rights for men and women are very important to me, and I want the rights of men and women to be equal. I'm interested in sport, and I want to show men and boys that girls and women can also play sport.
Many of you are here to achieve equal right for women. While in my country, women do not have the right to live We are all women and we understand each other better than anyone else. In the hope that one day no girl will be guilty of being a girl, and that her father and brother will never be beaten and humiliated for being her daughter, in the hope that one day we will have equality. My love was very bad. From the beginning of my life, I saw war, murder, and blood, and many other things that severely hurt the spirit of my love. We Afghans have not lived, and we have never felt happy, and many times we have asked my love was very bad from the beginning of my life. I saw war, murder, and blood, and many other things that severely hurt the spirit of my life. We Afghans have not lived, and we have never felt happy, and many times we have asked God for this, until we see the deaths of our loved ones. It is very bad that you see the death of someone you felt will be with you for the rest of your life. War is bad. It ruins everything. It's too late. The culture of my country. I have lost the beauty of my country and my compete. And we live in this great darkness. All this blackness is because of the war. Come and let us Afghans have a taste of happy life like you. We can go to a school and live a beautiful life with her family and our country. Thank you.
Σειρά θα μιλήσει η κυρία Μπιμπί, που η κυρία Μπιμπί πριν το καθεστώς των Ταλιμπάν ήταν αθλήτρια του βόλεϊ στη χώρα της. I'm sorry to say it in Greek. Mrs. Bibi, before Taliban in Afghanistan, she was a volleyball athlete, and she has really a good story to share. And you'll translate, okay?
Yeah. Hello, guys. I will translate her. So, Mom.
سلام مهمانای گرامی، عزیزان و دوستان، از شما سلام میگذارم. من از میسلینی بسیار زیاد تشکری میکنم که با شما مهمانای گرامی و دوستای عزیز ما را معرفی ساخت.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm so glad that Ms. Salini invited me to speak in front of all of you.
با این کنفرانس شما ما شرکت کردیم. ما بسیار زیاد از شما سپاسگزار هستیم، از حکومت گریز که ما بسیار سپاسگزار هستیم که برای ما خانما، برای ما دخترها آزادی داد که ما میتونیم درس بخوانیم، میتونیم که ما کار کنیم. ما بسیار زیاد تشکری میکنیم از شما و حکومت گریز و از مردمش.
Thank you so much for inviting me in this conference, and thank you the Greek government and all of you here for giving her the opportunity to be speaking, and she's so grateful that the government and everyone else gave them the opportunity to know their rights as women.
ما در افغانستان اینقدر آزادی فعلا نداشتیم که ما درس بخوانیم یا کاری کنیم. ما نمیتونستیم که بکنیم. ما بسیار زیاد اینجا خوش هستیم که آزادی داره خانما.
In Afghanistan, we didn't have any rights or opportunities to study or do anything. But here in Greece, we have it. We can study and we can do whatever we want as women.
اگر دخترها و خانمای ما در افغانستان درسایش پیش می برد یا به یک مقام می رسید و دشمن پیدا می کرد ولی جانش در خطر می بود.
In Afghanistan, if any girl or any woman try to study or try to read somewhere, she will have a lot of enemies, as for example, the men would feel jealousy and envy that how one woman can do these things better than them.
تشکر از کل شما که ما را اینجا تشویق کردین. ما با شما معرفی شدیم.
Thank you everyone, all of you, for inviting me here, and so nice to meeting you all. Thank you. So, hello guys. I'm Morty, aka Mortaza, but I'm a journalist. I study journalism. So I have a small few lines. Sorry that I take a long time, but I will for sure share this. So all of you guys know feminism, right? Feminism. Around the world, people protest and join rallies to support feminist and women rights. Many men take part, right? But is it feminism? Let me tell you, no, it's not. The real feminist is the one who respects women in every way possible. Many men in Afghanistan believe that being feminist makes them homosexual. It's kind of cliche, their thoughts. So, or queer. If give them respect makes you queer, then I am one. I don't mind. So, I have traveled to many countries, but countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran, people have narrow minds and thoughts like they're in 1940s, but only when it comes to women. Animals has more right than women in our country. Women are prevented from getting any education. Tribal laws view marriages as alliance between group women are bound into marriages and are not allowed to divorce. Totally obedience to husband and the family is expected. She cannot choose her passion or even cut her hair. The family will decide everything for her and prepare her for marriage. In the age that mostly girls play with dolls and they get married. While in the other hand, men celebrate his second or third marriage for sure. Why women always get treated like this, like a sheep in the market to sell? So we have here, I see, as a feminist, I see the women are getting day by day, they are knowing their rights as before. For example, in 2018, when I came here, I didn't see all these things, but right now, thanks to a lot of organization and Miss Eleni, of course, she's telling them their rights and they know what they are here in Greece. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Have a great evening.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
I have seen Miss Kateveni coming, so I would like her to ask her to come for the presentations of the 5th Public Junior High School of Αγία Παρασκευή.
Greetings, everyone. I'm here to represent my fellow colleagues from the 5th Junior High School of Agia Paraskevi. And as you can see, I'm Despina Kateveni, but the esteemed colleagues are Mr. Ilias Kaltsas, who is a teacher of physics. And we make a special point to mention that even though he is a teacher of physics, his participation in our program was the making of a film, of a 21-minute duration film about Greek War of Independence as fought in the seas. And of course, we have Mrs. Maria Economakou, a religion teacher. Her part and her contribution in this program was showing how veganism was in itself a big part of our ancient recipes, and after that, the recipes that Greeks used to fortify themselves during the 1821 war for revolution and independence in Greece. Mrs. Anastasia Monastiriotou, who is a Greek language teacher and who has actually unearthed some of the oldest recipes known that haven't been published so far, and they come from Souli and Messolongi, to historical places, to areas where Greeks fought hard and paid the consequences against the Ottoman Empire. And of course, we have Mrs. Irini Dimitropoulou, who is a biology teacher and who has incorporated all her efforts in training our students into finding out that the eco footprint can really be reduced should someone use the recipes of 1821 year, and also as a part of our daily existence. Now, anyone can really be not at ease to think about why 1821? Why recipes dating that old? Are they going to talk about Mediterranean diet? No. Everybody else has. We are arguing that if we put to practice those recipes now, we are going to have an impact in our environment. It has been shown only last year by the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in a great survey that they have published that if all households in a district called Evosmos, which is really part of the suburbia of Thessaloniki, if they use recycling of cooked leftovers, they can actually manage a 1.5 degrees minus for the general temperature of the environment. This is big news for us, and we have tried to find out how this could be applied in the households of today. The reason we selected the recipes of 1821 was that all of them show a tendency to recycle. You can imagine that during war circumstances, women couldn't have enough time for large or rich preparations. So what they did is they recooked. Now, you see right behind me the names of my gallant and tireless students who have all tried their best to meet up with your expectations today. I wish they were here, but technical reasons prevented that. So, for the time being, you should be acquainted with just their names. You should know that we tried to show whether cooking was really a part of the intangible cultural inheritance. This is the reason why we are here today. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no connection between what we are showing you and Teachers for Europe. We have argued and have really spearheaded our effort towards showing you that Goals 4, which is education at the highest, Goal 12, and of course, none the least, one of the major goals here, which is Goal 2, share a part in our project. Amongst us, we have today people who are not really acquainted yet with two of our glorious warriors to whom we owe our independence today. One is Theodoros Kolokotronis, and the other one is a female called Laskarina Bouboulina. Laskarina Bouboulina, if we have some time at the end, I'm very sure that we don't, is part of the presentation of Mr. Skaltsas on how we fought and won in the sea. Talking about feminism and talking about equal rights here, a woman who was twice married, a widow, a rich, rich widow beyond any description. She fought the war gallantly, and she had bought and mastered 7 warships. She died, not of natural causes, but not before she saw the Greek people winning their fight. Wishing all people here that their countries win their fights and win a future which is free and equal for all of us. So, amongst us, we know, with the people who are originally from Greece, that Kolokotronis had a special affinity for skewered lamb, and that Bouboulina, of course, always ordered to be in her warships a hearty amount of legumes and dried nuts as necessary to sustain the energy needed by the crews to fight a worthy cause, and fish as well. So yes, the term cooking for us is intangible cultural inheritance, and it stands for a term that incorporates the origins of food and food-related activities of a certain society or cultural group. You can see, if you do not recall, what is the definition for veganism. And of course, you can easily think that veganism is a huge part in our recipes of 1821, since lots of legumes, very few meat is in order. So this is what we tried to prove and managed to do so. We have created 2 Padlets, one that showed exactly the different aspects of how history, biology, language can come together and form a viable proposal. And this was a best practice, an international best practice in the campaign, which is called Sponge, and had its merits and was relatively accorded an award by South Korean UNESCO. And this is this year's Padlet. Of course, I'm running out of time, so unfortunately, I cannot share it with you, the pleasure of showing you what my students did. A few things showing you what the ecological footprint is. And since I am way past my time, I'm going to show you that these days we have a tendency in the European Union to experiment and use less of non-ecological food, and we are trying to make an experiment with ecological cows. Now, last but not least, this is the link to UNESCO's Goal 12, and with that, I'm telling you goodbye, I bid you goodbye, and I ask you whether you want to fill in your email addresses for me to send you the questionnaire that shows whether we are using recycling of food and using the recipes of 1821 in our households today. Thank you so much for your bearance.
And now it's the turn for the 8th primary school of Kifissia. Με το space, πατέρα.
So hello everyone, my name is Vasia Hasioti and I'm a French language teacher as well as a teacher for Europe, serving in the 8th primary school of Kifissia. Under the guidance of my ambassador here, Harabuta, I elaborated and implemented a project called United in Diversity, Unis dans la Diversité, Living in Harmony, and we're here to present it today. I don't know if Hara wants to say a few words before I begin.
I'm Harabuta, the ambassador of this project, ambassador of Vasia.
Teachers for Europe.
Teachers for Europe. Actually, this is one of 5 projects that teachers create during this project, during KA3 Erasmus Plus project. And I want to point that we tried to create collaborations with countries not only from Europe, but with countries from Asia, Africa. It was a very different experience and a very important experience for us. And an example of this collaboration is
our
presentation,
project.
our project.
It's our project, United in Diversity. Well, I will start right away because how could I present this wonderful educational journey that lasted 2 entire years in just 10 minutes? So I'll start right away because I know that we are very strict with time by thanking my inspiring ambassador, Dr. Harabuta, for literally dragging me into this project 2 years ago. I'm really proud to be part of this group of educators and promote the European values of unity and diversity. And I would also like to take this opportunity to present and thank our amazing partners. First of all, I would like to thank my head teacher in the 8th primary school of Kifissia, Menia Mavraki, who is here with us today, for her constant support and her encouragement, because this project could never have possibly been implemented without her help. Then I would also need to mention that our school is a member of the UNESCO's Associated School Network, ASPNet, and we receive constant guidance and support by our national coordinator, Mrs. Vera Dilari, and we certainly have to thank her for her valuable contribution to the successful implementation of our project. Then the second school of Pendelli with my alter ego, the Teacher for Europe and beloved friend Stella Panda, who brought the necessary harmony to our diversity. The 5th Primary School of Agia Paraskevi, also a member of the UNESCO's Associated Schools Network, with my friends Harabut and so many other teachers who contributed in their own special way to the successful implementation of this project. Then, the Ivy Prep International School from Tokyo in Japan, with Nozomi, and so many other colleagues who joined in this project and motivated their students to participate. The Episkopi Primary School from Limassol in Cyprus, with Maria Loizou, who was so enthusiastic to participate in this project, and she brought new ideas. The Agora National School from Bailey Hornis in Ireland, with our colleague and head teacher, Anne-Marie McCormack, who honored us with her participation in this project. And finally, the Greek Primary School of London, UK, with our friend Katerina Papagianni. Our partners have become our precious friends. And this is what our project really is, celebrating diversity, building bridges of unity, and promoting friendship. I would also like to thank my students from the 8th Primary School of Kifisia for their enthusiastic participation in this project, and all the other students who participated in this project from all the other schools, and for sharing a vision of providing equal opportunities for all students, promoting change in classroom practices, and making our schools a living laboratory of democratic principles and values. The whole adventure started in February 2020, when we decided to work on a project pertaining to European cultural identity and to reflect on the concepts of self-perception and diversity. The students themselves came up with the title, United in Diversity, Unis dans la Diversité, for our project, and because this European motto reflects our own experience of trying to connect with other Europeans, other people from all over the world. The students embarked on this project with enthusiasm and contributed with their own ideas about its implementation. The first questions to be asked were the following. How do I see myself? Am I really so different from other Europeans or other people in the world, for that matter? Then, in our article, United in Diversity, presented in the Conference of Teachers for Europe, Promoted European Values in a Time of Social Distancing in June 2020, we presented with Harabuta the main activities and the aim of our project, namely to promote awareness of European Union's value of respect for cultural and linguistic diversity and enhance understanding of diversity and unity. And this is how our students began this journey of self-perception and self-discovery in order to better understand the others. Through various activities, using digital tools such as Padlets, mind maps, online games, students realize that the European Union brings us closer, provides us with precious opportunities, and makes it easier for us to exchange cultural practices and ideas. In this first year, we reflected on human relation, bias and prejudice, sustainable dialogue and tolerance, and we admitted that if we learn to accept ourselves and love ourselves, we might be able to accept and love others as well, because we are better together. In the second year, the valuable contribution of our colleague Stella Panda enriched our project and made it complete. United in Diversity, Living in Harmony. And this is the title of our e-twinning project, with the collaboration of 7 partner schools from 5 different countries. In order to communicate with our partners and exchange best practices and ideas, we created our blog called Also United in Diversity. Our students were so proud to see their activities and artistic creations online and to see what other students were doing in their partner schools. And this is how we were able to admire the work of our counterparts and be inspired by their own ideas. Stella Panda, with her students, created comic strips and bookies for children's rights, and they embarked on exquisite art projects, to convey the message of embracing diversity. They also created word clouds and videos exploring various digital tools. It is worth mentioning that all the partner schools contributed with their own novel ideas and innovative practices, and this interaction was really beneficial. We were particularly fond of the flipbook of diversity and the 3D printing project of the Greek School of London. And of course, we greatly appreciated the cultural diversity that the Ivy School from Tokyo and the School of Ireland brought to our project. They shared their customs and cultural practices, and they sent us wonderful presentations to provide a better insight into their countries and their way of life. our students were able to reflect on this distinct cultural experience and learn more about the two countries that they really admire, either for their anime and manga art or for their music. They were also able to apply reasoning skills and independent thinking, as well as cultivate soft skills in order to embrace diversity. To this end, our partner school, the 5th Primary School of Agia Paraskevi with Harabuta as head teacher, created and shared with us a tale of diversity, the fairy tale of the square butterfly. A butterfly which was misjudged and shunned by all the other animals because it was different. But this square butterfly was able to scare all the lions away when she fluttered her impressive square wings so quickly and created a whirlwind. We all need a square butterfly in our lives. And in a way, we are all a square butterfly because we're all unique and different from each other. And inspired by this work of our counterparts, our students created a wall of diversity with concepts related to unity and diversity. They even came up with a motto, all people deserve to live with peace and happiness. Our next activity was also inspired by this motto, and it was called A Bright Idea for a Better Future. We welcomed Mr. Nikolaos Philippas, Professor of Finance at the University of Piraeus and President of the Institute of Financial Literacy for an excellent presentation on financial education of primary school children, because financial education might be the key for a better future and a life with happiness. The first online meeting with our partner schools was a great success. Teachers, approximately 170 students and teachers from Tokyo, London, Cyprus, Ireland, and Greece participated at the time of COVID-19 pandemic. Our partners, with their impressive presentations, made us forget our isolation and feel that we would be able to travel again and be united with people from all over the world. Hence, we continue our journey of unity and diversity and participate in the European Language Day competition. Also, our students wrote their own fairy tales of diversity, and they created their own fictitious characters who deserved a better life. Their creative writing was rewarded with 4 different prizes in 2 Panhellenic student fairy tale writing competitions. Finally, we participated in an artistic project called 1000 Faces, inspired by Loxandra Lucas, an artist with Down syndrome, and the methods she created and adapted to her potential. This project promotes the idea of respecting diversity through the creation of a huge society with different people. So what about this academic year? We have explored our tales of diversity. We have continued our online games and meetings. And we certainly expect to continue our collaboration and our networking with our partner schools, because we are also interested in establishing new partnerships, and we never stop exploring diversity and hoping for unity. This year, we were also able to realize more than ever the need for unity and acceptance, and we celebrate the International Day of Peace in our own special day. Then, on the 11th of December 2021, we organized an online educational event in the 2nd Directorate of Primary Education of Athens, with approximately 1,000 participants and more than 50 teachers from Europe, Asia, and Africa to represent their innovative educational practices. This year, we also have the opportunity to develop our project in the newly established skills labs and to promote experiential democratic education with a view to equipping students with all the necessary skills in order to become active citizens. In an attempt to celebrate unity, diversity, and friendship, we created our special friendship boxes. We are so proud to present them to you. Whoever opens them will become our friend forever. Another activity which was also implemented this year in the Skills Lab is the game for children's right. Find them and take them. Diversity. Yeah, I'm about to finish. So diversity is beautiful, and the essence of beauty is people we love. In a nutshell, to evaluate this project, we would refer to its innovation because students took ownership of this project, chose the title and several activities, and reached its implementation with their own novel ideas. And this is the moment to send a message to all the Teachers for Europe and all the teachers who act as leaders in their classrooms. We have to continue teaching for unity and diversity in order to prevent conflict and adversity around the world. We have to believe that we can make a difference and have a real impact in our students' lives. We have to stand united against racism and discrimination, and we have to educate our students to be better humans sharing this planet. And this is our message, our final message to you today. We believe in diversity. We are ready to be together. Even if we are so far away, we are all united. Thank you so much for your attention. And sorry about
Thank you,
the extra
Basia.
time.
Thank you.
This is the last presentation before our lunch break, and it is the presentation of the first General Senior School of Sparta, since we were not able to present yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Georgia Kazakou. I'm a teacher economist, and I am representing the First Lyceum of Sparta. I will be very short, I promise. During the last 2 school years, within the program Teachers4Europe, a massive free online course was designed and implemented by 27 students of the First Lyceum of Sparta in East Attica. This is a school MOOC entitled Democratic Culture, a MOOC for EU students. EU teaching is no longer provided in the syllabus of any course in senior high schools in Greece. Therefore, our project comes to fill a real gap in the educational process. The purpose of the educational activity was to inform students about human rights and what the European Union does for them by using modern teaching methods and ICT. The expected learning outcomes can be divided into 3 levels. In terms of the subject, we aim for students to know the history of human rights, to understand how the EU works, and to be informed about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Regarding the use of ICT, we aim for students to learn how to use Web 2 applications for educational activities and scientific purposes. Also, to search the internet for information concerning the EU. In terms of the learning process, we aim for students to cooperate and communicate effectively with each other, to develop creative skills such as analysis, synthesis, and information processing, and to take an active part in informing the public about the issue of human rights. The educational activity was based on the theoretical background of MOOCs. The term MOOC, or Massive Open Online Course, first appeared in education in 2008 during a conversation by university professors George Siemens and David Cormier in Canada. These are online courses which aim at massive participation and open access to knowledge through the internet. Anyone with a computer, an internet connection, and a minimum of digital literacy can register and attend any course online. The technological tools that we mainly used were those of Web 2, which are claimed to have significant advantages, such as that they enable easier and faster access to information, which is crucial for improving teaching. More specifically, we used Padlet, an online notice board. The result is a digital canvas with text, images, videos, and sounds. Powtoon, an online animation tool. The result is a video with music or a recorded voice. Google Docs and Google Forms. With this free application, we can edit docs, spreadsheets, and presentation files with or without internet connection. And Canvas, which is a learning management system, an educational platform that allows users to manage e-learning. The educational activity started in November 2020 and will be completed this May. Students were given 3 worksheets corresponding to 3 topics and worked in teams. The 3 topics were the history of human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights, and what the EU is doing for human rights. For each topic, students created a video, a presentation, and a quiz. The material was posted online on Canvas, a content management platform. Upon completing the course, the user is asked to answer a questionnaire to evaluate the MOOC. Regarding the evaluation of the educational activity, it includes 2 actions. The project will be evaluated in a descriptive way using the Chiao method. The project started by detecting students' attitudes and perceptions towards the EU and by recording their knowledge of human rights through a questionnaire. After engaging in this project, students will be asked to answer again the same questionnaire. The dissemination of the project includes posts on the school's websites, posts on my personal website, and on the respective social networks of the above websites, announcements in the local digital press. We will also inform the networks in which our school participated in the past or participates this year, such as the European Parliament Ambassador School Program and eTwinning. We intend to continue this project by collaborating with a school in Alicante, Spain, in order to expand and translate the MOOC into other languages, such as English, German, and Spanish. This is an Erasmus Plus project. Thank you for having me. Very much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our lunch break. It will be until 3:30. The lunch is being served in the bar where the coffee break was also served on the basement of the museum. Please be here on time, 3:30. Thank you. I would like to ask you for silence because the amphitheater is very good in the acoustic of the amphitheater is very good, so a little noise is getting bigger here. Okay, we are about to start, and I would like to ask the 6th Gymnasium of Galați to come for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Artemis Anagnostopoulou, and I'm a philologist at the 6th Junior High School of Galați. Our action is titled A Class Including All Nations. What was the challenge? Since 1990, Greece has been the destination or host country of a large number of immigrants and refugees. Among them, there are many children who have attended, or have graduated from Greek schools, affecting the composition of the student population by creating multinational classes. Greece provides education to these children because of its culture, but also as a member of the EU, following its principles. However, the relentless influx of immigrants and refugees in recent years has increased the voices, even among students, against immigrants and European partners. Therefore, it is important to cultivate students' tolerance and understanding towards their immigrant classmates and to inform them about EU policies and principles. Textbooks refer little to the new situation that has been developed in schools, so we came up with an action plan where we wanted to talk about children immigration, about human rights, and about the role of the European Union. The action lasted about 3 months, from January to April 2021. In other words, it covered the period when schools were closed due to the pandemic, and that is why it was implemented with a distance learning method. The action included 22 participants. It was implemented in the context of the Greek language course for the 3rd grade of junior high school. 2 of the 8 sections of the textbook talk about racism and the European Union. This action gave us the opportunity to manage these sections in a unified way. The first step of the action was based on the elaboration of a text excerpt titled Multinational Classes at School. The text reflects the reality of the multinational classrooms in Greek schools. It even refers to the problems and opportunities they create. It was followed by a debate, which was attended online by fellow students from another class, who then voted for the winning team through the poll provided by the WebEx platform. Then they had a composition writing in the same topic. Afterwards, we had a brainstorming. The question was what refugees and immigrants left behind in their homeland. You can see some of their answers written in a Jamboard: relatives, friends, their way of life, their habits, traditions, property, work, home. A role play followed. We divided students into 2 groups, refugee students from one part and the Greek students from the other. We asked each group to express their feelings for the other and for the situation they experience. This activity aimed at mutual understanding, mutual respect, and tolerance. As you can see, among refugees' answers were fear for rejection and gratitude for being safe in this country. Greek students, on the other hand, feel compassion, understanding, respect, and willing to support them. The following activities aimed at getting acquainted with the European Union. Brainstorming was the first one. Students were asked the question, is Greece alone in its efforts to tackle the migration and refugee wave, or does it receive help? If yes, where from? Children typed their answers on the chat, and among them the EU was mentioned. So the next question was, what is the EU? To answer the question, they were asked to visit the official website of the European Union. A game followed entitled Find the Country. Files with sketches of EU countries were shared, and students had to write which countries they were. Students were then asked why migrants and refugees choose EU countries as their destination. All answers were written on WebEx whiteboard. Students studied the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union and compared it with the answers given to the previous question. After that, they underlined which of the articles relate to children's rights. Following that, students were given the text Education in Emergencies from the website of the European Commission, translated and adapted by the teacher, and they were asked to write a paragraph on why the EU considered this important to provide education for the children of migrants and refugees, and what steps it takes to this end. To complete the action, the groups were invited to reclaim the information they had gathered about the EU and its policies on the education of underage immigrants and refugees, and to design a brochure for the EU as an ideal place for a child to live in. From the 4 posters designed, the fellow students from the other class voted the one you see on the screen. This poster today adorns our school entrance. And this is the team of the participant students. Thank you very much.
I would like now to call the 4th Lyceum of Heraklion.
Hello. My name is Katerina Antonakou, and I'm a teacher of English at the 4th Lyceum of Attica. By mistake, my presentation was written in Greek, but yeah, well, every cloud has a silver lining, so you're going to have the chance of having a bilingual presentation, okay? So, as you can see, the title of our project is The Rights of Our Planet, and that is the main idea throughout the project. What I wanted was to make the students get to know the whole idea of rights. Another thing that led us to this idea was the effort to adapt to the current difficulties and the needs that emerged from the pandemic, which created the need of an action, but also a kind of introversion and inward looking for children. I wanted to persuade them, I had to persuade them to take part in something, but they were very reluctant to dedicate time to something else outside their school curriculum. So what we did was actually, incorporate the whole project into the school, the syllabus, okay, the school curriculum of their English subject. So we took advantage of the modules of the book, and we started with the first chapter, which was about refugees, so the idea of solidarity and human rights came up. And then it was the idea of being active, being an active human being and an active citizen. And then it was the idea of accepting diversity and the value of art. And then we went on to animal rights and the subject of fast fashion, which led us to environmental issues. Gender equality came with Pride and Prejudice, and finally, the power of the social media, of the digital world, and how we can use it with a positive outcome. So all this made us understand that everything is interconnected, because this is all a chain of ideas. One leads to another. So from human rights, we came to the idea of non-human rights, and how everything around us has actually rights. Okay, we use the concept of the environment as a human right, as it is said by the Council of Europe, and we also researched other aspects of this of the subject. We organized campaigns in order to promote all these ideas, and we ended up in the idea of ecological justice, which incorporates social rights and human rights and the environment as a whole. So we sort of tried to make a citizen who is holistically approaching all aspects of life. Now, our project led to, okay, this is about the tools that we used and the method, which was project-based. So we actually built lots of small projects throughout the year in order to achieve what we wanted. And the final step was to make a website where we uploaded everything that the children did. And this is also a kind of an instrument for dissemination of what we did. We called the website The Rights of Our Planet, and we intend to keep it going as a live project. It will continue to exist after the students of this year have left. So we intend to involve the future students. And another thing is that we invited students of the past, students who have graduated from our school and in the past used to get involved into similar projects. And this idea came because students come to the school after they have graduated, and they always talk about how nice it was and the things that they have learned, and how they meet up and they talk about their experiences. So we thought, why not? Let's make them mentors of the present and future students, and why not? Let's make them meet through a forum that we have built in our website, and maybe plan and implement joint projects all together. The school is a community school, so we would like to involve the whole community into this idea of rights for everything around us. So this is our project. Thank you for listening.
So now it's time for the 11th Primary School of Nea Ionia.
Good afternoon. My name is Konstantina Zambouli, and I'm going to present my project. Is it okay? Oh, okay, perfect. So, good afternoon. My name is Konstantina Zambouli, and I'm going to present the project entitled Climate Change, OFU OPA, Our Future, Our Planet. It is actually an acronym, if you pay attention. It's a PAN from the Greek words OFU, like what a pity, and OPA, like hooray. My ambassador is Dr. Haraguta. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The partner schools, apart from I forgot to mention that I was in 2 different schools. So last year I was at the 5th primary school of Iraklio, and this year, the current year, I'm at the 11th primary school of Nea Ionia. Along with that was the 5th primary school of Agia Paraskevi with Dr. Harabuta. At the Polish school was Astrid Lindgren Private School with Ivona Bialeka. We also had a very nice collaboration with the Tanzanian school, the Reverend Benjamin Mosi School, with Miriam, who is also an NGO volunteer, and she helped us, I will tell you in a few moments. And the Greek Primary School of London in the UK with Katerina Papagianni, as well as the last minute, Salam International School in Zanzibar. So as I mentioned before, I was in 2 different schools. And the first activity was, what do I know about climate change? The students were motivated to be a climate hero quiz. They clicked on the Europa site, and they had to find out how much they know about climate change issues. They were encouraged and decided that in groups they should see the main climate change policies, the main key points of the European Union. And the next step was to make a PowerPoint presentation on the main key points. This is one small screenshot of what they made. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, you all remember that last year was a very difficult one, so we had to collaborate with our fellow students on WebEx. So we had our first WebEx meeting on the 7th of February, where they introduced themselves to the other schools. Also, they introduced our country and some of our environmental problems. On the second WebEx meeting, the Tanzanian school showed us their school and also their environmental problems on Mount Kilimanjaro. For the second activity, we had to discuss about the water crisis. The students watched the video regarding water supplies in Africa. For the second step, they had a web quest on Greta Thunberg, the Swedish art activist, and they had to read an article called Turning All Clothes into New Hope and answer some consolidation questions regarding ways to filter water in order to make it drinkable. They had to conduct an experiment as far as how many times they should fold a piece of cloth in order to make it drinkable. And actually, they found out that the material, the type of cloth would actually matter a lot, as well as how many times they should fold it. We also had another activity. They had to use the Bono's 6 thinking hats, and they had to consider issues and problems in Africa, used parallel thinking, go beyond the obvious to discover effective alternative solutions to drinkable water supply problems, view problems from new and unusual angles, see all sides of a situation, compare and contrast their everyday life to the African way of life, and actually appreciate what is given in Europe. This is a few pinpoints that shows us the Bono 6 thinking hats. So the green hat, the student who had to wear the green hat had to use creativity, ideas, alternatives. What is another possibility for the environmental problem? The blue hat, the student that had to wear the blue hat, had to think about planning for action. The black hat was all about caution, critical thinking, why something may not work. The yellow hat was all about benefits, optimism, positives, logical reasons are given. The red hat was about feelings, intuition and hunches, and the white hat was about information and data. This is in action, the 6 thinking hats in action. The children actually loved it, that they had to actually go beyond themselves and express themselves in a different way, and it was a bit tricky. Next, we had a poster. We created a poster describing what they have learned. They made a giraffe that was actually used from recyclable materials like paper box, plastic cups, toilet paper tubes. Next up, the Polish school had to present their country and their nature, what is the problem over there, and the school. This is the water poster that they created. And now we come to this year. We also had to communicate with each other. We used, apart from the WebEx meeting, we also used Padlet. On the 16th of February, the school from Agia Paraskevi had a meeting with Tanzania. On the 18th of February, my school had a meeting also with Tanzania. We also had a meeting with Poland. And then the Greek Primary School of London had a meeting with us and the Tanzanian people. And today, actually, they made a meeting with the Greek Primary School of London in Poland. This is a drawing that is actually, after all this communication and telling to each other our problems, they said, that the children said, after such a disaster, is everything lost? And we said no. We can contribute to this by reforestation. And I have to mention that part of the activities were inspired by the Skills Lab. We were horrified to see how much deforestation has taken place in the Kilimanjaro region and how the climate has changed significantly. Our goal was to plant as many trees as possible during the rainy season. With every single tree, we all set an example and contribute to the fight against climate change. The crowdfunding was all about giving €250 for 2 trees. And the tree planting campaign took place with schools in the area, and several other NGOs were very helpful. So we gathered €2,600, and they were raised up until the beginning of March. A total of 2,346 trees were planted in 15 different schools in Tanzania, in the Moshi region and the Kilimanjaro region, and 3 public areas. 400 trees were contributed by the 2 Greek schools. These are some photos that Miriam took for us. It was very, really touching to see all this going on. The community was a huge impact, had a huge impact, as you can see. Our next plans is to create a music video showcasing our schools, our arts and crafts regarding climate change, and the students had to vote their favorite song using SurveyMonkey. This is a small video. I hope that, can I play it over here? Yes. It's the beginning of our small part, our corridor. It says, I'm human, I'm not perfect, I try things, I make mistakes. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now it's time for the third Lyceum of Glyfada.
Good afternoon. My name is Panagiotta Fragoulidou, and this is my colleague Evangelia Sergi. Our team consists of 16 students. Themes addressed: human rights at a time of war. Project title: Asia Minor Catastrophe, the Second World War and the Consequences. Aims: cognitive, skills, attitude. All activities have been uploaded on the site of our school, and part of them is presented here today.
Our project, step by step. At first, we formed our team and we assigned the roles. We searched for and recorded real resources. We searched for testimonies of descendants of war. We recorded the consequences of the wars. We processed and elaborated on our materials. And finally, we achieved the followings. Our students, Melina Pouzou and Melina Papakonstantinou here, and Erika Acropolis, took part in the virtual simulation of the European Parliament in December 2020. And Melina Brouzou received the title of the second best rhetoric. One group dealt with the genocide of the Pontians. This group of students has created a video based on the history of Pontus and the subject of the Armenian and the Pontic genocide, 1915 and 1919. The Pontic genocide is very important for us, the Greeks, but also in general, because the genocides refer to the violent crimes committed against a group aiming at their natural annihilation. The Pontic genocide has been defined and recognized by the International Association of Genocide Scholars, IAGS, while it has been recognized by several international organizations and bodies. What's more, the US Senate resolutions refer to the genocide against the Greeks. When students learn about genocide, they acquire historical knowledge that prepares them to envision a better future that must be based on the principles of international law and respect for each other. Now, Melina Papakonstantinou, who created a video on the Holocaust, will talk about her project.
Good morning. I studied the genocide of the Jews from 1933 to 1945, and on the occasion of today's conference, I would like to refer to that period. The Holocaust was a deliberate, meticulously planned attempt to completely exterminate the Jewish people, first in Europe and ultimately everywhere in the world. It was based on their racist and anti-Semitic ideology, which saw them as an absolute evil. The Holocaust was justified on the ground that the victims were inferior objects. Especially the Jews were thought to be a potential threat to the supremacy and sovereignty of the Aryan race. The activities of Pledge and the wars of beating and Hohe were the predecessors of Hitler's final solution. Thus, the Jews were exterminated through massive shooting, gas fans and chambers, concentration camps, and experiments. The number of victims of the Jewish population is estimated to 6 million. It is worth noting that all that time, there was no public outcry against the Nazi policy, neither by the German citizens nor by the church leaders or foreign powers. Melina Brouzou played the work of Bertolt Brecht, the Jewish wife.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year I had the chance to study in further depth the Jewish Holocaust. In this context, I read Brecht's masterpiece, The Jewish Wife, for the first time. Reading the book, however, was not enough for me to comprehend the heroine's feelings. I decided to embody the role of any woman or man who was forced to give up everything they ever knew. The main character's mental state is characterized by the conflict between reason and love for her husband and the fear for her life that is directly threatened due to her origin. The climax comes with her outburst towards her husband, who has now become in her eyes the enemy, and he is the reason that brings her face to face with her uprooting. Judith is forced to leave, and she will not be able to live as she had dreamt because someone else had taken decisions on her behalf. This feeling has unfortunately revived at present. On a daily basis, on the TV screens at home, we watch thousands of people abandoning their country and their lives as they have no choice. The Ukrainians, for example, are fleeing their country to save themselves from the ones who used to be their brothers in the past. We, the younger generation, by studying history and believing in the power of peace and dialogue, wish to prepare a world with no wars. Erika Petropoulou played musical pieces on the piano taken from composers who were in the Terezin concentration camp.
Terezin, a city in the modern-day Czech Republic, was occupied by the Nazis in November 1941. It was turned into a ghetto, initially housing 342 young Jewish men. Within a few weeks, continual missions with captured people raised the population in the ghetto, making the living conditions extremely difficult. Among the people imprisoned in Terezin were a few musicians who had succeeded in hiding their instruments and music scores in the few personal belongings they were allowed to take with them. These people managed, without the consent of the Nazis, to organize the first concert in room number 5 of the Sudets building on December the 6th of 1941. This act was the beginning of the musical movement of Terezin. When it was discovered by the Nazis, it was used in their propaganda, aiming at concealing the atrocities happening in this concentration camp. Out of the 139,654 prisoners, only 70,320 lived to be freed. Being a musician myself, I wish to honor the victims of the Holocaust by playing musical pieces dedicated to the memory. Adrien Hanikian wrote a short story, Light in the Dark, and received the second award in the Greek National Literature Competition 2021-2022.
Life at the village. War. Nobody knows the bare bone of this world unless he has walked on the ragged alley towards the exit of peace. My name is Ismini. I live in a mountainous village near Pindos with my family. The days used to go by calmly until one day the sun forgot to rise. What had happened? I wondered, would I ever see the light that brimmed and ruthlessly covered the hidden beauty and the narrow alleys of the village again? I heard my parents talk of a war having broken out. The Italians had invaded in our country. That was it. I would never see the sunlight again. Now there is a wild ash-black color beating the low-level doors of the homes and overshadowing the stone-built houses. The life in the village is a bit better than the one in the town. The inhabitants are connected here. We all know and care for each other. The life here would run smoothly without encountering a problem. What would go wrong? Every morning there was something lighthearted in the atmosphere. We visited the little chapel of our village daily. There, Father Nicholas taught some strange Greek, so that we would not forget. Nothing fascinating happened. It was the crack of dawn on a Sunday. It seemed that a normal day was going to start, but the village bell stopped. I was confused. I could not remember what the celebration was on this day. My mom grabbed me by the hand and started to run. Along with my dad, she got the grandpas and my brothers to the other side of the village. I was wondering what had been going on. My mom got us into a wind shelter. She locked the doors and the windows. My brothers and I shared a small room with 2 beds, while my grandpa slept in the attic with my parents in the living room. The days would go by with difficulty. Many times we had nothing to eat. It is winter and it is freezing cold. An old blanket was just what we had, and it was patched and stitched. The winter is rough this time. It doesn't seem to want to help us. One night I overheard my mom talking to my dad. She was crying. At a moment she mentioned the war. I needed no explanations anymore. I knew. A Wednesday morning is about to rise. Our shelter is not safe anymore. The Italians had invaded the North Hebrews. Mother says that I should take refuge in the town.
Finally, by the end of the current school year, we shall all together produce an artwork on the Holocaust and exhibit in our school, and we shall participate in our own broadcast in the European School Radio, and we will talk about the tragic consequences of the war.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
I would like now to call the second high school of Petropoli.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evangelia Evandrexanthou. I'm the head mistress of the second high school of Petropolis. Next to me is George Konstantopoulos, and we're here to present a part of our work. So, George, start talking, please.
Despite the impression by some that it's an exclusively school phenomenon, it actually appears in all ages and social groups. The World Health Organization has called bullying a major public health problem in schools, workplaces, homes, acquaintances, families, and society at large, and especially where there are minorities of people with different political orientations, habits, way of life. Of course, school bullying is a very common phenomenon that has been particularly prevalent at all levels of education in most countries. According to UNICEF, 51% of teenagers admit to being bullied at school. All bullying, the motivation or method is unacceptable and should not be tolerated. It can affect anyone, and we are all potential targets, whether we are adults or not. If you are struggling with bullying, harassment, cyberbullying, or antisocial behavior issues, you have to be enabled to identify solutions and remedies. That's why we have been working hard since last year to find information and advice about bullying at school with practical advice to help keep children safe from the dangers, especially those coming from the web. We studied a lot because it is necessary to raise awareness of the ways human rights can be preserved. During last year, we were dealing with what is bullying, types of it, social media and bullying, who is at risk, warning signs for bullying, effects of it, diversity, race and religion, disabilities and special needs, do you know someone at risk, accused of being a bully, information for parents dealing with bullying, fostering knowledge about European Union values and human rights, anti-bullying policies in schools. Besides, our team created a questionnaire entitled School Bullying versus Human Rights. The purpose of our survey was to find out through specific questions and rubrics the following: if the students of our school have been victims of school bullying, if they have witnessed such incidents, how they reacted, the emotions evoked when violent actions happened, which kind of school bullying is more common, if they have experienced bullying by other people out of school, to recognize bullying effects, how much satisfied were from teachers' intervention when such incidents occur, what is the most common reactions to violence, how much satisfied are from the cooperation among the student councils with the school headmaster or the school's deputy principals about the policies associated to the prevention of violence, if they are willing to participate in conflict management programs to combat bullying. There is a hint of the results of the questionnaire. The target group of the question students were 12 to 15 years old. In the question, if you have ever witnessed a violent incident happening at school, what are your feelings? The majority of the students answered anger and sorrow. In the question, who do you usually turn to when you become a victim of some kind of bullying? The majority answered parents or guardians, or to a headmister or to the teachers. In which places in your school have you noticed incidents of violence? The majority asked schoolyard, corridors, halls, and WC. And in the question, how would you rate the way that teachers intervene when such incidents occur? The results are very impressive because the majority of them asked that the reaction was fair, good, or excellent.
Thank you, George. My turn again. This presentation was made just for this event, but I would like to mention that it's a part of a bigger presentation, and this bigger presentation will be completed till the end of school year. And we created the bigger presentation because we want to disseminate all our practices, all the information, and all our work till now. And it will be soon uploaded to the website of our school. But this is the beginning, because after that we are going to disseminate the same presentation to the websites of the municipality of Petropolis, neighbor municipalities, and of course, Teachers4Europe Academy platform. But I would like to show you a sample of the bigger presentation. Because George mentioned a lot of issues, and we take το προηγούμενο. Γιατί δεν πάει? Okay. Types of bullying. It's a sample of the bigger presentation, which contains every step of our work, every information, every educational method we use. You see here that our students created this presentation, and we see... Στο επόμενο. Έχουμε ένα θεματάκι. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. You see types of bullying. You all know things about bullying. Please go to the next. Social bullying, cyberbullying. This is part of our bigger presentation and contains everything. The next one, just to see our work, the students' work. And now, for the closure of this presentation, the actions for this year. During this school year, students took the initiative to stick pictures and posters in prominent places in all the classrooms and other places in the school. So you see a lot of pictures and posters. We have put them all over our school because a picture speaks 1,000 words. But before we close this presentation, we also decided and artistic interventions in our school, and they are in full progress to complete our work and to disseminate to everybody inside and out of school our anti-bullying messages and practices. Every classroom has a group painting, and this is the trademark for and the best message against anti-bullying, the hands. And soon we are able to have a large graffiti on a school interior wall. Thank you, all of you, for listening to us. And on behalf of our team from the Second High School of Petropolis.
And now it's the turn for the Intercultural Experimental High School of Athens.
Hello, everyone. I'm really very glad to be here with you today. First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Maria Fuseca, who was our coordinator and introduced us to this project. but also the organizers who give us this opportunity to be here. So, I would like to present you the project we did in our school. In the beginning, it is an innovative activity, and now is in the frame of workshops of skills. I think it had started. Is it? No, it hasn't. Right. So there again. Right here. So this was the basic. What is Europe? This was the first question to start off the activity for the project for Europe. 2 teachers, one for the computers, one for the lesson of κοινωνική και πολιτική αγωγή, 15 students from the 3rd grade, boys and girls from Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, China, Philippines, and Albania. Our school is intercultural high school of Athens. Most of our students are refugees and immigrants of the age of 12 to 14 years old. Children from more of 18 countries from all the parts of the world looking for a new future. Most of them, if not all, they know well that there is no going back, only forward, and forward is Europe. Some of them today, they're already with their families somewhere in Europe. Some others are still in Athens, continuing their lessons in Lykio. Today, I would like to tell you about these students and how they embraced the European values and tried to understand the real meaning of equal opportunity, of democracy, of solidarity. What means to have an intercultural identity? What is to live the European way of life? Because for these children, European rights and peace are not for granted, and Europe is the land of their dreamland. First step for all of us was to understand the question and contribute with our ideas. A brainstorming gave us the main outline of the project and helped us to form our action plan. What we wanted to achieve and what we expected to find. We divided in groups and we start looking for information. How many people live in the European Union? How are the schools there? What is the European Union? What is the history? What exactly it does? Where are the places people live? From the gorgeous seasides of Cyprus to the Norwegian tundra of North Pole. What are which are the countries? Sorry, but I have written it in Greek and now I'm trying to translate it simultaneously in English. There was a misunderstanding, it's my fault. And I hope I'm not tiring you. So, many of those questions are mainly covered during the lesson of κοινωνική και πολιτική αγωγή. Nevertheless, children saw the lesson in a different eye because we asked them to give the answers rather than telling them what it is. What are the institutions of Europe, the priorities, the values? What is the common currency? What is the right of mobility and the way things are done in Europe? In the lesson of computers, we started to build a new website. We used different applications and tools like word clouds, the Padlet, the Geniali, and others. And we also used our mobile phones, and children were thrilled, given the opportunity to use their mobile in the class. You understand why. In front of us, we had a new world. But what they said at the end of the project, during their assessment, was that they gave a real meaning at these words. But for me, at this point, it is important to hear the children. The sound,
Είναι ένα
please.
ελεύθερος χώρος.
Dito kami nakatira at maraming bansa dito ang nasa Europe.
欧洲是世界的核心之一，这样说。
اروپا برای تو چیه؟
اروپا برای من معنی امنیت میده. سلام اخويا مسمات اخابزي.
Salam. What is Europe for you?
I found some peace when I came in Europe.
Τι είναι η Ευρώπη για εσένα?
Για μένα η Ευρώπη είναι η χαρά.
Naiben Menus today are in Germany. Benjamin left for Britain, where is his father. Abolfaz went to Switzerland. Zanaisa, who her name means waterfall, by the way, in her language, is one of the best students in Lykio. Ainaz and Da and Daniela are also in Lykio, and they want to go to the university. Liu loves Greece and wants to live here forever. Ali is in Nepal, the technical high school, and he wants to become a car mechanic. Deep down in my heart, I do believe that this project has left a sparkle in their hands, in their hearts, and that it will give them the urge to become good European citizens. Thank you very much. Okay.
And last but not least, we have the first Lyceum of Pevki.
Τι κάνω, ναι. Εγώ βιντεάκι έχω. Οπότε. Το βιντεάκι έχει και ήχο. Μιλάει η μαθήτρια, περιγράφει. Οπότε...
Αυτό είναι.
Όχι.
Okay, αυτό είναι το επόμενο.
Αυτό είμαστε εμείς.
Οπότε, όποτε θέλετε,
ωραία, εγώ
αυτό.
θα μιλήσω ένα λεπτό και μετά θα το δείξω. Ναι, ανησυχείτε, δεν θα σας κουράσω. Okay. So, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Ah, you can. Okay, I'm Eleni Alexandraki. I'm an English teacher in the first Lyceum of Pevki. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And the expectations are really high. I know that much. I'm not going to tire you. I'm going to be really short. I will let my students do all the talking, despite the fact they were not able to come here today due to COVID restrictions and mishaps. Anyway, it was a really interesting experience. I've been a teacher for Europe for many years, and I think this has been one of my favorite being in a Lyceum. We decided, as you will see from the video, so I don't want to repeat any information that the video will contain, to basically explore the issue of participatory democracy in our classes. And the students were really eager to see what this was all about. So we explored the European Parliament, European political parties, and we decided to make mock elections, to hold mock elections in our classes. And we invited the students of the third class, who was obviously not involved in the project. The project was A-class students, to vote for us. So you will see the outcome. And I think it is a very interesting way of actually setting the grounds for reshaping Europe, starting with bottom-up discussions and citizenship in action. And I hope this will become obvious in the very short video. Okay, thank you.
Our action is called Students in Action for Europe. We started by getting into teams and brainstorming on European issues and concepts. Then moved on to explore the institution of the European Parliament, its parties and their primary goals. We formed groups based on our choices and priorities and founded our own brand new student European groups, setting our own agendas for a new Europe. We had fun organizing our campaign. We came up with a name and logo, designed our posters, chose a spokesperson, held panels, wrote speeches, held debates. And finally, actually held elections, inviting the older students to vote for us.
So, on behalf of Students in Action for Europe, Europe, here we come. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we're coming to an end of this event. During the past 2 days, today and yesterday, we have seen extraordinary projects implemented by you and teachers of public school in Greece, most of them. Knowing what that means, I know that all the teachers who have participated in this program are teachers who are trying very, very hard to implement this project to their schools, because these are extracurriculum activities, and that's why I always say that these activities and many other projects who are being implemented as extracurriculum activities should be not extracurriculum, but should be in the curriculum of the schools in Greece. Through these projects and through these programs, we as educators can open up the horizons of our students. We can talk about them. We can, let's say, talk about the greatest values mankind and mankind has to face right now. I have to congratulate you. I leave today this event full of images and full of ideas. And I have to thank you all for the excellent project you have done. Thank you very much. So, on behalf of the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO, I would like to thank you for being here. I hope I'll see you in another event. Don't give up. Try to do whatever is best for our students, and we can do many things together. Thank you very much. Χαρά μου, τι τώρα. Μου κάνατε τόσο εύκολη τη δουλειά. Αλλά γι' αυτό είμαστε εμείς για τα δύσκολα. Ακούγομαι τώρα εδώ. Θα μου δώσεις το απόδειξη και ήμουν εδώ.
Αφού υπογράφουμε και εγώ υπέγραψα να υπάρχει.